It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, a record-setting strike. Tens of thousands of healthcare workers walking off the job.
You get on, we can see your greedy side.
Impacting millions of patients. Straight ahead, what they're asking for and how long it might last. Then, in the doghouse, after biting nearly a dozen people, Commander now removed from the White House. So what's next for the president's pet? We're live with details. Also ahead, opening up. Actress and advocate Selma Blair is here to talk about her remarkable life, including a recent visit to the White House.
And I'm here before you today as a proud, disabled woman.
Plus, the new project she wants to share as she joins us live in studio. And don't touch that dial. We've got a look at a new list counting down the top TV shows of the 21st century. From the workplace.
That's what the money is for.
To the family.
I'm the youngest boy.
To the family.
Those who want respect, give respect.
We'll show you which modern day classic topped the list. Today, Thursday, October 5th, 2023.
From Audubon, Pennsylvania.
It's my wife's 50th birthday.
From Fredericksburg, Virginia. Today is our 48th anniversary.
Visiting from Minneapolis.
Louisville, Kentucky. Sacramento, California. Little Rock, Arkansas.
And Oahu, Hawaii.
Here on my senior trip.
From Chandler, Arizona. Sending love to my mom.
Watching in Caledonia, Minnesota.
From Mandeville, Louisiana, we're celebrating my 50th.
My 10th birthday.
From Phoenix, Arizona, celebrating Carlene on the Today Show. After 45 years of nursing, I've retired.
I'm here before you today as a proud, disabled woman with my cane and my service dog Scout by my side.
We are back 8:13 with Selma Blair's visit to the White House earlier this week. She was there celebrating the anniversaries of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Rehabilitation Act. Diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2018, Selma has become an advocate for people with disabilities and chronic illnesses. You also know Selma from her roles in movies like Legally Blonde and Cruel Intentions. And now she has teamed up with fashion designer Isaac Mizrahi to create a new line of accessible and adaptive clothing that all people can wear. And I'm so delighted to be joined by these two old friends, Selma and Isaac. Good to see you guys.
Hi.
Hi.
We are old friends,
We
right?
are,
We're literally
truly.
old friends.
I know.
I feel like old friends with you, but we're really old friends.
I
We
want to
are.
hear some good tales from back in the day, but I got to check in with you, Selma. I haven't seen you in person in a couple years. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
It has, recovery. I expected it to be so quick. I think I was younger when recovery started. But no, I am doing so much better. I mean, so much better. I still have symptoms and dystonia and things that people might read as a little more extreme. It's just kind of a part of who I am, but my spirit is really good and life has been great.
Well, you have really found your purpose.
Yeah.
Could you imagine when you were diagnosed in 2018 that this would be your path? It's not been an easy one.
Not right at first. Immediately, of course, like everyone, and we're taught, you don't look capable if you're carrying around a chronic disease or something. So everyone likes to, I also, and the doctor, of course, well-meaning said keep that under wraps. But then it was a stylist, actually, on a movie that took such good care of me, above and beyond dressing me, not making it a big deal, that I had to do a post about that. I love fashion. I love the people that dress me. And that prompted me to not make it about me. It was a real thank you. I didn't know it would be that big a deal. I'm glad it was. Here I am today. But it turned out that the vulnerability was the right thing, and shouting out the people I admired. And now I wind up here next to Isaac, who, really.
It means so much to people what you've done for this community. And Isaac, here you are meeting your friend right where she is. And you guys have designed these clothes. Can you explain what this fashion line is and what it's meant to do?
It's meant to kind of reach out and make things available to everybody.
A much larger group of
much
people.
larger
I'm wearing Isaac right now.
wait,
This
look
is
back.
Isaac and
Selma, exactly.
So it's actually inspired. There was a
QVC.
column dress that Isaac made for me, a color block,
That's right.
back in the day. And we went together, and so it was. You can't really see. I'm gonna be like a scarecrow, but there's a color, a color pattern inside of the orange and red. It's really I just think it's bright. It's very much clothes I have in my closet, except now they're washable because I need it more with just dexterity. But getting older, being fat, trying to move quicker, I didn't know how much that even just having kind of clothes that were so comfortable, things with elastic weight. I mean, they're really chic.
What are some of the accessibility features?
It always starts with stuff that's cute.
For example, I don't want to scare anyone. I'm wearing a brassiere. It looks like a bathing suit. Magnets.
Right, magnets, for instance.
So, but it really stays shut. And I really didn't have the finger dexterity, so the whole placket. And they're strong. I mean, washable and strong. And I just, there's little things, easier things that you wouldn't think
and
of.
Straps that pull things on and longer rises in the back so you can sit for a longer
wheelchair
time.
bands, but then we'll also have the standing version.
But to your point, Isaac, as our fashion designer here, beautiful clothes.
Beautiful clothes.
Don't you think that this community deserves to dress as beautifully as they want to?
Every woman deserves to feel as gorgeous and chic and loved as I have when I have worn Isaac Mizrahi's clothes.
And it's such a great opportunity for me because I can finally kind of, sort of do something, help in some way. I live to help.
It's an
I'm not kidding.
incredible thing to
That's what I
start
do.
this conversation with people that really know style and to offer more to more people, and that it crosses over. You do not have to have a disability to love a magnet placket. My son wore magnet pants like forever because he's in a rush. And it's like
I eat vegan things all the time, and I'm not vegan.
Yes, exactly.
Seriously.
Yeah, you might find you love the clothes, and you might find that they're easy to wear. That's all a good thing.
That's so
now,
smart.
Tom, you guys have known each other for, 20 plus years.
I think my favorite dress was, both of I love the Sweetest Thing.
Oh, yeah.
Dress you made for me. I think we had
yeah.
met.
That is gorgeous.
Oh, he came in and went through my closet right away, like looking, you wear that, you wear that, you wear that.
Look at you two babies
oh my
right
God,
there.
look, we're babies.
What do you remember about those days?
Oh my God, why didn't we date each other? I don't know why, but look how cute.
Look how cute you are with bangs as a brunette, just saying.
Everything I'm not right now, but don't worry about it.
That might be
You're
another
like, look how
moment
cute
for
you look.
You look great as a blonde, though, too. I love you as a blonde.
This friendship has stood the test of time. Isaac, when you look at Selma's path and how she's come along, you must kind of marvel at her.
I fell a little bit, I feel sort of, I'm slightly older than Selma. And so I think of her as like, a little bit of, I watch her as she develops, and I'm so incredibly inspired by her. I mean that, and that's how this collaboration started, in a friendship with my being inspired and her being the inspiratrice, as they say in French.
I love it. I love it when you speak French, Isaac. You were at the White House the other day, and that was what a moment.
It was really a humongous honor to be there to represent in any way and commemorate the signing of the ADA and the Rehabilitation Acts. So it was, and to have the audience, the people that have mentored me, welcome me into the disabled community when I'm like, am I enough? Am I not enough? Where's my place? And it's like, I love being an ally. I love being welcomed by this community. I have my own disability. And this means so much, and to honor the late Judy Heumann, who really, with Jim Lebrecht and people, really made such changes that I did not realize before my own disability. And to make that walk from the White House to the South Lawn, I finally was walked down an aisle. That was it. And it was the President of the United States.
What an aisle it was. By the way, Scout stole the show again when he literally fell asleep on the President's foot, which was
It was amazing. And it was that awkward microphone moment where people could hear me and I'm saying, okay, sit, stay. And then President Biden looks at me and he's like, what? And I'm like, no, you're good. And I'm like, oh God, I'm on a mic in front of the White House. And I'm,
Look at Scout now. It's like, don't let us bother you. By the way, Isaac, you are known for your bandanas. You wrote a post about them.
Right.
Al has a little something special for you and for Selma.
Hi.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
oh my God, look.
Oh my gosh, here
It's
you
even
go.
MS
And
orange.
that's right. And one for Scout. That's right. I didn't forget you.
Oh my
I didn't
God,
forget
Scout, you are going to be the hottest dog.
What?
Don't worry, not a hot dog. Not a hot dog
Go in
yet.
my orange drawer.
There you
I have
go.
an orange
Exactly.
drawer.
love that.
It'll blend with everything in your
He's
closet.
Exactly.
He's a little
Hopefully it's not a
girthy.
crime
We're going to have to work
against
it.
No, it's certainly
This
not.
is
It's
so
great.
good.
Selma and Isaac,
Thank you.
so much. Thank you for your good work on behalf of this wonderful community.
Thank you.
People can check out the Selma Blair Isaac Mizrahi collection.
Oh, yes.
Exclusively on QVC. Everyone's leaving.
Work it.
Where are you going?
Work it.
Look how
Where you
chic Al
By the way, you
looks.
guys can
Al is
find
so
out more
chic.
on Selma's journey on today.com on our website. We've got a lot more about Selma.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you.
All right,
Love
Al.
you guys.
We are back with Your Health this morning, a roadmap for your hormones and how they impact every aspect of your well-being. So we've got some tips and some tweaks to reduce hormonal symptoms at every age. Dr. Bhatia is the author of the brand new book called The Hormone Shift. Dr. Taz, it's good to see you this morning. Okay, I think when a lot of people think hormones, they think menopause. They're like, oh, that's for that crowd. But your hormones affect you at different stages in your life.
They do, and I think what people don't understand is that hormones are so powerful. They're impacting so many different aspects of our health, from gut health to mental health and everything in between. And this starts as early as 13, as early as puberty. And I think when we're not paying attention to what's happening through these 5 major hormone shifts, we're really doing ourselves a disservice. We know from 13 to 19, we assume it's puberty, we assume there needs to be hormone chaos. Yeah. Simply not true. There's a lot everyone can do to balance their hormones. That moves you into your 20s, where everyone's busting it, working super hard, and that only perpetuates the hormone imbalances. And then finally, as women hit their 30s, like their early to mid 30s, they're starting families usually, and that's when they actually first start to think about this, which I'm saying is a little late. I want you guys to start earlier when we're having this conversation.
I think often you have things that are going on in your life and you think to yourself, well, I didn't get sleep because I was worried about work.
Right.
Or my hair is feeling funky because I haven't eaten enough broccoli. You don't associate it initially with some kind of hormone imbalance.
So many people think that they need to power through, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm having this random symptom, so I'm just going to power through it. But everything from energy shifts, mood shifts, not sleeping through the night, right? Changes in your weight in either direction, not being able to focus. These are things that are actually connected to hormones, and we don't want to dismiss them. We really want to get to the bottom of it.
Okay, so let's pretend you say, okay, it is a hormone shift.
Yep.
I'm 13, I'm 30, I'm 56 or whatever.
70.
70.
Yes,
all those
all
shifts.
of them.
So
Yeah.
then you think, well, what can I do? I thought this is just part of growing pains, basically.
Well, here's the good news. When we take Eastern medicine and Western medicine and we merge it together, we have this expanded, powerful toolbox to really answer all our needs. And we just move through that toolbox until we get the answers that work for us. So it starts with simple things. It starts with, first, get your hormones checked, understand what's happening.
You ask your doctor, can I get a hormone check?
Absolutely, and I think all women should be doing this at least once a year. So get your hormones checked. Then if I would say, where do you start next? Let's start with food, really eliminating sugar, eliminating alcohol for older women. All of these things really impact hormones. Moving on from there and increasing healthy fat. So many people are fat phobic, right? But we need fat to build hormones. So olive oil, omega-3 fats, adding in fiber to help you metabolize the hormones effectively. That's a really big one. And then sleep. We need to talk about sleep because ideally we are sleeping between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m., which is a very Eastern medicine concept that helps to balance hormones. And we should be doing it maybe 5 out of 7 nights a week. And if we're not doing that, then we're kind of signing up for a lot of hormone shifts and hormone imbalances along the way. And I think the last one, which is also equally important, scheduling me time, scheduling your joy, really finding what lights you up. All of that plays into this hormone equation when we look at this East-West toolbox. And if none of that's working, well, we need to move through and decide what medications or hormones are going to work for you.
And quickly, you mentioned gut health. I think that's interesting. Like, gut health is directly related to your hormones.
It is so related to your hormones. We can get into all the science of it, but the science is catching up to what Eastern medicine has always known. Gut is ground zero. We have to balance the gut to take care of our hormones effectively.
Well, if you want to know all the details and exactly a step-by-step of how to do it, you have a book out. The book is called The Hormone Shift, and it will answer all of your questions and give you practical advice on what you can do to balance your own hormones at each stage in your life. Dr. Taz, we're happy you came here. Good luck with this book.
Thank you so much.
We also have some more tips on our website at today.com. Savannah?
All righty, thank you. I am here with Shop Today's Adriana Brock. We're ready to share a new batch of fan favorites, including the easiest way to make your home smell amazing.
Yes.
This is a good place for a stick-up. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
It's very similar.
So old school, but I love
first,
it.
This is Today on NBC. It is. It's like from the 80s. You were a baby. back. Adriana Brock is here. She's our Shop Today editorial director with some sneak peeks at some of the fan favorite products featured on today's episode of our streaming show, Shop All Day. We're talking fashion, accessories, upgrades for your home. It's all coming up. Adriana, good morning.
Good morning.
So this must be your favorite, the best of the best?
This is the best of the best. Our editorial team works countless hours to find everybody the best stuff across all categories.
Okay.
So we can get started with some home upgrades. This one is so fun. It's the Eve Flare lamp. It's an LED lamp that's wireless, totally portable. And what's really cool is that it gets 6 hours of illumination.
Can you
with
change
one
the
charge.
colors?
You can change the colors with your app. It's so easy to use. Look at how lightweight it is.
It's so cute.
This is such a nice way to spruce up your living room.
You could put it on your back porch for like a summer party. It's light.
Exactly. It's super light. Change
Okay.
the colors. Bring it around everywhere. I also really like this like in the kids' room as like just like an extra light that they need, a little night light. Really easy to use too.
Yeah.
And we have a discount for our viewers, 30% off.
Okay.
Yeah, you get all the info if you scan the QR code.
Very, very cute.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I was joking about the stick-up commercial, which some people out there remember. You
Yes,
remember,
I
this
remember
is a good
the-
place for stick-up. It looks like it.
It looks like it. So this is kind of like the 2023 version of your air freshener, right? It's not just your average air freshener.
Okay.
It's super high tech because it comes with, it's from Pura, and it comes with these two little pods. You put them in, they last for up to 120 hours each.
Is it oil?
It's an oil, it's a fragrance blend. And what they do, this brand is really cool. They team up with other brands like LAFCO, Nest Fragrances, Anthropologie to bring you those scents at home. So if you're not into candles, like I have a small kid at home, a pet, like I just don't want to burn candles. This is a great solution.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
And you can set timers, control
And
it
this
all
seems like
from your
there's
phone.
a bunch of different scents.
A ton of different scents. We have all of them on the website if you go to today.com.
Okay, what do we have over here?
Okay, this is really fun. So we're getting into the beauty stuff. And you know, this time of year with the cooler temperatures, we have to take care of our nails and skin.
Yeah.
So this is the perfect complement to your hand cream. This is something I use every night. It's super affordable. It's like under $7.
Yeah.
And it's great for your cuticles, great for your skin,
So you
great
just
for
put
your
a few
nails.
little dots
Few
on your-
little drops
on your cuticles?
on your cuticles, on your nails every night before bed. And one of these guys is going to last you all season long. It's it's amazing.
Yeah, just a few drops.
Yeah,
Okay.
just a few drops. This is a Shop Today reader favorite. Our audience online is obsessed with this stuff. And it comes in a bunch of different scents and formulas, super hydrating and great.
Okay, now
Yes.
this is TikTok famous.
Okay, this one's TikTok famous. We love mascara at Shop Today. And this one from Anastasia Beverly Hills, they claim that your lashes are going to look 360% fuller with 3 coats. So we had to try it.
That's really specific.
It's super specific. So we tried it. I think we have a photo of Allie on our
let's
team, our
see.
deputy editorial director. She tried it out and saw the lash effect.
That's 360% bigger.
Yes, it's really great. And listen, if you're looking just for a new mascara to upgrade, you should be changing your mascara out every 3 to 4 months usually. This is a great time to do it.
I love a good mascara.
Try this one out. It's awesome.
On a desert island, what is the one beauty product you would take?
Probably a mascara and a sunscreen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a sunscreen.
Yeah, that's
but
a
you
good
only
one.
get to take one.
Okay, maybe mascara.
All right, flannel PJs. Tell me about it.
It's cozy season, right? So nothing says cozy like a pair of flannel PJs. So we found these for men and women. Under $30, comes in a wide range of sizes. Like I'm talking up to, I think the women's comes up to 7XL, men's up to 6XL.
Awesome.
Super inclusive, a bunch of different prints to choose from.
Yeah.
And this is, again, one of those staples. You should be refreshing your pajamas every season. So this is a good one to get right now. Super affordable if you want.
Yeah, and not too heavy. Sometimes
They're not too
flannel
heavy.
can be like too much,
it's a
especially if
brush.
you're a hot sleeper.
Yes, it's a brushed cotton, but really great.
All right, and finally, a belt bag.
Okay.
Otherwise known as a fanny pack.
Fanny pack is back, and she's rebranded herself as a belt bag.
Okay.
And she's also fuzzy now.
She's in shearling look.
She's in shearling because she has to be comfy and cozy
Okay.
too. So belt bags are all the rage right now. And you know, when it comes down to it, they're just really versatile, right?
Totally.
You could wear it crossbody, around your waist, over your shoulder.
It's like having a little sheep with you at all times.
Exactly. And this little sheep has all your essentials in it because it's not too big, not too small. You can put your phone, your wallet, your keys, everything you need to run errands and go out and about.
Picking up the kids at school or whatever. You
Exactly.
could shove a snack in
Yes.
there.
And can I say,
Your phone.
this comes in so many colors.
like
I
that.
stopped counting after 25. There's so many.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Adriana, great. And if you want to check out more Shop All Day fan favorites, the show is streaming at 10 a.m. today on Today All Day. You can also scan that QR code and head to today.com/shopallday to purchase any items you see, no matter how many times I say it. It's hard to say today.com, you know?
Yes.
And a reminder, Today may get a commission for purchases made through our links. Oh, Craig.
OSG, this is Elizabeth Poet. She's got a brand new cookbook out. It's called Ranch to Table Cooking. She's brought that spirit to her game day menu. We got a special casserole and, oh, by the way, fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
Yes. But first, this is Today on NBC. That is Oh, you know what that music means. We're back with Today Food Loves Football. Epic matchup coming your way Sunday night right here on NBC. Dallas Cowboys taking on those undefeated San Francisco 49ers. And if you are looking to take your game day spread to the next level, you've come to the right place this morning. This is Elizabeth Poet. She's a 7th-generation cattle rancher. She stars in the hit cooking show, The Ranch Table, over on Magnolia Network. And she is out with her debut cookbook. There it is, Ranch Table. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
My friends are already scarfing down your
Yes,
creations.
good.
I've never tasted anything like this.
Heaven.
Oh, good.
So
Yes.
let's, so
All about
let's
the
I
food.
guess we should probably start with the casserole.
Yeah, we're going to do a chili relleno casserole. This is super simple. All my cooking is very, very simple, easy to do, especially for a big crowd.
Okay.
So we are roasting these chili peppers. If you don't want to roast the chili peppers, you can just buy them from a can. But these are awesome. I usually just roast them, put them in a bag, steam them. You can peel them and then add them in. Really delicious.
Okay.
So easy.
So this first dish that we're making is called a what?
A chili relleno casserole.
Okay.
So, love chili rellenos, but this is a casserole because it's so much more easier. So
Savannah
let's do
loves
it.
a casserole.
Yeah.
I love a one-pot meal.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
casserole,
I'm busy. We
Wilker,
don't need a lot of
Wilker,
dishes.
There's a yolk in there.
No, hey,
There's a yolk in there.
so what?
No, joke, yolk.
Oh,
That's the first time one
Look at that.
Wow, that's a first.
maybe it wasn't that good.
Missed it. Yeah.
Okay,
Everybody
so
missed it.
we got
Corrigan,
12 eggs.
Stay focused, Elizabeth.
I'm gonna come on, everyone.
Focus.
Focus. Let's make some food.
Heavy cream.
Yeah, we're putting heavy cream,
Heavy
a little
cream.
salt, little pepper. Boom, done.
All right.
We're moving on. I have some tomatoes. What we're going to do is just do some layering.
We're gonna build.
We're gonna build.
We're gonna build.
Well, that's a spoon. So let's use a spoon and not my finger.
So those are the chilies
Girl from the ranch.
that you roasted.
These are the chilies that I roasted. Again, you can just use chilies that are from a can just to make it simple if you don't want to roast them. But you add that, a little bit of cheese.
What kind of cheese you got there?
This is a Monterey Jack, super delicious,
All right.
easy.
So we're
and
gonna
then we're
layer
gonna
that.
layer all of that.
How long are we gonna bake that?
So once we layer it, then we're going to move in and take this.
you're gonna need that,
Excuse me.
son.
I'm going to need this. We're going to then pour all of this all over and bake this at 350 for about 45 minutes.
That's pretty easy.
Boom, done.
Done. I could actually do that.
We move on. We have this delicious taste it.
All right, I'm
Chili
gonna
relleno
taste-
casserole.
I'm gonna taste this
Has a
while
little
you
bit of that
start.
chili taste.
Good.
This fried chicken.
Nachos or something too.
Yeah.
This fried chicken that you're about to make here.
Oh my gosh.
Fried chicken. This is my favorite. I love
She
this.
travels with her own honey. She walked in.
Oh, wow.
The honey bottle.
I did. I brought the honey from the ranch for
we
you
have to
guys.
hear every step because this crust is otherworldly.
Yes, it's so good. So we're going to brine this chicken because the thing about fried chicken is you want that moisture in the chicken. You want that flavor. So I make a brine. I put some lemon juice, water, salt, a little bit of, what is this, rosemary, and a whole bunch. I literally just throw in those.
And how long do you brine your chicken?
Well, I want to say about 2 hours or overnight. Sometimes I love to just do it overnight because then you don't even need to think about it. And, you know, it's ready in the morning.
All right.
So this is the chicken. Here's the brine all ready to go. We pour that in, let that sit for, you know, as long as you can.
Could
Again,
the brine be cooled
2
before
hours.
you pour
Yes,
it?
you want to make sure you get it nice and cold and let it brine. So that's great.
Now this looks like it might be part of the secret.
This is it.
This is
Insane.
What's the sauce? What's the seasonings?
So we have all sorts of really delicious seasonings. There's chili powder, there's paprika, there's salt, pepper. It's very simple though.
Okay.
But the secret really is this is the place where a double dip is a good thing.
Oh.
This is a double dip situation.
You dredged twice.
Flour?
I
What's in
dredged
there? Is it
twice.
just flour?
There's flour and all sorts
How
of
is
yummy
it so
spices.
crunchy?
It's crunchy.
And then what are you
because we do
dredging
a
it? Is
double
that
dip.
milk or buttermilk
We
or what?
throw it in. This is a buttermilk. You throw it in, and then you go back.
You go back in.
Back in. It's a double
Dry,
dip.
wet, dry.
Dredge,
And that
you
is
dredge
good.
again.
All right, we got 30 seconds
Okay,
left.
great.
So what
we're
kind of
throwing
oil
this
do you
in here.
use?
We're just using canola oil,
Okay.
frying it up.
Please try
Again,
You don't have to tell me
adding
twice.
in some honey on top, and boom, you
gonna
have
die.
a
Oh my gosh.
delicious
Get ready.
chicken. So it's all in the cookbook.
Get
Look
ready.
at that.
That's the best fried chicken I think I've ever had.
I know, it truly is. I don't know how you got the crust that way. There's got
Well
to be a
done.
technique.
Well
Great.
done.
Thank you
Congratulations
so
on the
much.
cookbook.
Thank you.
Fried cloud.
Congratulations on wowing
I
our
know,
audience.
heaven in a bite.
By the way, Elizabeth's cookbook is called The Ranch Table. You can get her recipes at today.com/food. And by the way, there is a football game on Sunday. It's huge. Cowboys, Niners, Sunday night on NBC and Peacock. Coverage starts at 7 Eastern.
This morning on the third hour of Today, good as gold.
Gold medalists for the 7th straight time.
The U.S. women's gymnastics team dominating yet again at the World Championships with their leader, Simone Biles, flying high.
Great work. Simone Biles delivers for Team USA.
And she's not done yet. We're live breaking down all the action. Plus, plant yourself right there to watch Craig go on a job at a nursery.
Let's hope all these plants are still alive tomorrow.
That's right. Craig's showing us his roots. Find out if he's got what it takes to get a green thumbs up. Then later, Rockstar Brothers, Good Charlotte's Benji and Joel Madden. Here to talk music, family, and how they're bringing live concerts into your living room. Today, Thursday, October 5th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Thursday morning to you. Welcome to this third hour of Today. Thank you so much for starting your day with us and sticking around to hang out with Dylan.
Thank you all for us for being here.
That's true.
We're actually all here at the same time.
Dylan, Chanel, Albert Roker. It has been a while since we've had the whole team back at the table. By the way, speaking of teams, the U.S. women's gymnastics team did it again.
Yeah.
They dominated at the World Championships in Belgium, bringing home the gold for the 7th year in a row. And of course, they were led by the GOAT herself, Simone Biles.
And Simone is going for more gold this weekend. We are going to talk with Simone's former teammate, Lori Hernandez, in just a moment. She's sitting right by my side, but we're going to start this morning with NBC's Megan Fitzgerald live in Belgium. Good morning.
Guys, good morning. What a night. I mean, Simone Biles doing it again. She was absolutely flawless last night as she led her team yet again to a gold medal. I mean, we're talking about a history-making and record-breaking night. And, you know, it really goes to show you just how strong of a team we really have.
This morning, Team USA riding high after another historic and record-breaking win.
Gold medalists for the 7th straight time.
the women's gymnastics team clinching gold in Belgium at the World Championship for the 7th consecutive time, led by the legendary Simone Biles.
So how are you feeling?
Right now, I mean, we're super excited. We're world champions.
Biles with a flawless and stunning performance, nailing the landing on the vault. Performing one of the most difficult skills in the sport and one of 5 moves now named after her. But Team USA getting off to a rough start.
17-year-old Jocelyn Robertson injuring her left ankle in warm-ups before the competition even began.
Leanne Wong valiantly taking her place on the vault and floor. Shilese Jones is another one to watch, crushing the uneven bars with her sights set on the 2024 Olympics.
And you're looking forward to Paris?
Yes.
But it was Biles who once again stole the show with a jaw-dropping performance.
Great work. Simone Biles delivers for Team USA.
It comes after taking a 2-year hiatus to focus on her mental health, following her withdrawal from multiple events at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. But she's back and stronger than ever.
I think with training, coaches, the girls at the gym, I think there's a lot of motivation there, and it was one of my personal goals to come back and just see what I'm capable of.
She's a special athlete. Not only does she work hard and she's driven, but she's physically just way ahead of the world, and she's got those 2 ingredients that are just special.
Biles, now a veteran in the same place where it all started a decade ago, the greatest of all time, proving she's not going anywhere anytime soon.
And guys, look, the action doesn't stop there. The competition will continue through the weekend, and you can bet Team USA will be bringing home even more medals. Guys.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, Megan.
All right, joining us now to break down the action, Olympic gold medalist and NBC sports gymnastics analyst, Lori Hernandez. Lori, good morning.
Good morning.
How are all of you?
I love when you're here.
Thanks for having me.
You're such a light.
It's always good to be back, you know.
Okay, so shall we start with Simone Biles?
Sure.
All right, let me read it because I don't want to mess it up. This move now that she's first of all, she's the most decorated female gymnast ever, which is amazing. Okay, so she has another move named after her, landing the Yurchenko double pike.
Yes.
And qualifying now. So now, is there any doubt? I mean, she's the best.
She's the best.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, what's really exciting is that the Yurchenko double pike is now titled the Biles 2 because she already had a Biles 1 on.
Oh, so this is the Biles 2.
We needed another one. But how exciting for her. And also, we did notice that in team finals, she didn't compete the Biles 2.
Mm-hmm.
This is because she doesn't really have to. If you don't have to
so
do
you
that
save
landing,
it, you keep it.
Yeah, if you don't have to do that over and over again, no reason
She's
to.
dropped the mic enough.
Right.
So is that part of a strategy in a sense? And by the way, the easier one is still impossible for any other human being, it seems, to do. The easier one.
It's still a higher start.
So is that, you think that's going to be her strategy now?
I mean, it really depends on coaches and how she's feeling, but also if you don't have to throw those difficult skills that are also really hard on the body to land, no reason to do it, especially when the other option is still kind of harder than whatever.
Yes, exactly.
So USA clearly the favorites, above and beyond. But there was a little bit of a shakeup when Jocelyn got injured at warm-ups. Did that raise any red flags if the gold was still possible?
I think if anything, it messes with the team's psyche because Jocelyn is such a good egg, and of course Simone's at-home training teammate. And so I know in an interview Simone had mentioned, I feel like there's a part of me out there with her that happened. And so this team, when you have to shake that off and say, I'm going to show up anyways, knowing that this is not what we at all trained for, that takes a lot of mental strength. And they still pulled through with a little over 2 points of a gap between first and second place. So
that's a big deal.
Which is huge. And it's a good sign that they can,
that they can adjust. Because anything can happen.
And Leanne Wong, I mean, she stepped right in there.
Oh, Leanne said, put me in, coach. I'm in. And she really showed up. Yes, she did have a mistake on beam, but at the end of the day, this team, they showed up in the best way that they could. And I also would love to bring up the fact that not only did Leanne come in when she wasn't ready for it, but she was also on previous World Championship teams. So to see her back again, that's a good sign.
Good for her.
We should keep an eye out on her.
Oh, speaking of keeping an eye out, Shilese Jones.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing about this team, to your point, there's just so much depth. And Shilese, I mean, she's doggone impressive in her own right.
She is, once again, someone that we really need to keep an eye out for next year, especially when it comes to her uneven bars. In my opinion, Shy's bars are just as impressive as...
Is that what we call her? We call her Shy?
Shy. Oh, Shy. I don't know. It depends.
Like to Lisi.
So what's your takeaway? What will you be watching, or what should we be watching for?
Well, when it comes to World Championships, I do know that we have all-around finals. We have individual event finals that are coming up this weekend. So that's definitely something we want to keep an eye out for. But especially this Friday, it's Simone and Shilese Jones going out there, seeing who can get on that podium, get the gold. It's going to be a fun meet.
I'm still learning.
Wow.
So wait, they're going again. What do you mean? The two of them?
Yeah, so we have a rule that's called 2 per country. So the top 2 scores in Team USA get to advance into the qualifications. And top 2 in terms of all around were Simone Biles and Shilese Jones. So we'll have 2 athletes from each country coming in and fighting for that podium spot. It's going to be tough, but I think we're going to see those 2 around.
That's right.
Okay.
It's like the Avengers of
It's
gymnastics.
so fun, though.
Love it.
Thank you. So, do you miss it? Like, do you ever just go out and do a somersault just for kicks? Like,
Sometimes, yeah.
Do you?
Sure, more than a somersault.
Yeah, I'm sure that
Like,
I can do a
call my
somersault.
mom, you know,
I'm
like,
sure
hey, look what I can do.
I love that. It's more than a tuck and roll. You're probably doing something fancy.
I love a tuck and roll.
Who doesn't love a good tuck and roll?
love a good tuck and roll.
Lori, please come back anytime.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and you're going to stick around. Don't miss all of the gymnastics action yet to come. The U.S. men compete in the all-around final today at 1:30 Eastern time. And then, of course, don't miss Simone Biles and the women's all-around final tomorrow, also at 1:30 Eastern on Peacock.
All right. Well, Lori, we're glad you're sticking around because I
Yes.
think you're going to like this. We have another competition we want to talk about. Finalists are out for this year's Comedy Wildlife Photography Awards. It's this annual competition in the UK. So here are just a few. First up, we got this waving brown bear in Finland.
And this is for real.
Yeah,
That's
these
just
are
cute.
and just kind of hey, and he's got a little bit of a smile on his
That's
face.
cute.
Next one, hey, boo.
From afar. We're all like, oh, goo, goo,
Next one they call air
that's
guitar-roo because he's practicing a solo step down in Perth, Australia.
Can you imagine if you're the photographer out in the wild and
That's
you
right.
capture that?
His name in the
Look at
wild
this
is
photo.
Keith Urban. It's fantastic. This one's from the U.S. A
No way.
photographer of family.
That is a classy young man.
He's smoking. Yeah, he would have been a lot bigger, but it stunted his growth.
It's a little stick.
It is a stick. And then here's a cute monkey in Bali playing with his tail. You know what? I saw Craig doing this on the couch this morning before the show.
Shut up. I wish I were that flexible.
And here's what we can all relate to. There's a great gray owl from Grand Teton National Park. And just kind of like the Monday Blas. It's like that poster with the cat just kind of... Anyway.
That's cute. How do you vote? People can vote.
Yeah, that's right. You can go to
Yeah.
the Comedy Wildlife Photo Awards website to vote for your favorite. We'll put the link on our website.
Which one did you like the most, Lori?
Oh, boy.
Oh, personally, I mean, that kangaroo.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Guitar. That's
Guitar-roo.
That was pretty great.
I like the Craig Melvin.
Did you like it? Of course you did. Of course you did. Lori, thank you. Mr. Rooker, thank you. That was a nice little segment there.
Thank you.
When we come back, today's checklist on how to get through the fall allergy season. And then a little bit later, if you watch the show from time to time, perhaps you know I do love a good house plant. But could I hack it as a green employee? Find out when I go on the job at my favorite plant shop.
That's a fancy little square.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
This morning on today's checklist, allergies aren't just for the springtime
Tell me
anymore.
about it.
If you're suffering with a runny nose, watery eyes, sneezing, You're not alone. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to help get us through fall allergy season. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice
to see you guys.
So when does fall allergy season start and what allergies are we looking at?
So you think of fall allergies as kind of Labor Day to the first snow. So we're talking about mid to end of August, but can last all the way through November.
Okay.
The usual culprits for pollen will be tree. That's
You just combine them.
Trees, grass, and ragweed. Ragweed is pretty big right now, especially in the Northeast. Mold is something that's a little bit unique to the fall. You think of like wet leaves and it releases those little mold particles, and dust mites. I know that sounds unappealing. Dust mites can cause seasonal allergies all year round. They're in your home. It doesn't mean that your home is not clean, but they can definitely be a cause of significant symptoms.
For a lot of folks, it does seem like the fall allergy season is worse than the other allergy seasons. Why is that?
Well, it really depends what you're allergic to. So I think we have a nice graphic. I like this. This is particularly useful, I think, if you think about where you're living. And in the Northeast, you can see that we kind of go through a spectrum. We start with trees towards the late winter, early spring. Then we have the grass pollens, and then we have weeds. And the ragweed is the big one right now. I remember when I was growing up, I was a spring-summer allergy person. My mom always complained about her symptoms, and now I'm changing. Just last night, I started doing an antihistamine.
Interesting.
Getting symptomatic, yeah.
So as we go forward, how do we protect ourselves now?
So and I hate to say this because spring and fall are like 2 times a year, especially in the Northeast, where you can keep your windows open, but you can't, right? Because it's going to come through the screens. So you want to keep windows closed, doors closed, shower and change your clothes when you come in from outside, vacuum frequently, although that does dislodge some dust mites, but never mind.
What are you going to do?
Wear a hat and sunglasses outside, and you can also wear a mask outside because that'll protect you from
a hat and sunglasses. That's enough. In fact,
it does
kind of take the edge off.
Because it takes it's all about pollen. If the pollen can't get into your eyes, it causes less itching, and the hat protects your hair.
Which was why there were fewer pollen, allergy problems during COVID because we were all wearing masks.
Exactly. They actually did a study on like COVID versus pollen and masks, and they actually
really,
did. Yeah,
good stuff. Okay, so let's talk about some over-the-counter medications that we can take. I mean, I feel like we know to go just down that allergy aisle, but there's some other things that we haven't.
There
thought
are,
about.
and you'll notice what's missing from the list are the decongestants.
Well, that's why I was surprised by that.
Yes, a couple of weeks ago, the FDA's advisory committee said, hey, after more than a decade of looking at this, we don't think that they're really working.
Crazy? So now what?
But we have substitutes. We have intranasal steroids. That's a steroid you put in the nose. There's different eye drops you can use, oral antihistamines, intranasal antihistamines, so like an Allegra for your nose, basically.
You think that may be more effective than
it can be. Sometimes treating, locally is even better than doing pills, but there's also immunotherapy, right? There's allergy shots, and there's also sublingual. And I should say that sublingual under the tongue to do immunotherapy to get tolerance. Absolutely.
Hey, what about the neti pots?
So that's our next thing. So some people actually don't like to take medication. So can you do things that are more natural? Yes. So the neti pot removes the allergen from the nose. We did a segment on this. Please follow directions and make sure you're doing it.
Special water.
Sterile water. Really, really important. You can do saline sprays and rinses just to keep the airway moist. Artificial tears, you can do a cold cloth over the eyes, and monitoring your local pollen counts. Weather.com, different allergy organizations have pollen counts for the area that you live in. And I definitely want to say that, especially if over-the-counter is not working, please reach out to an allergist because they can test you for what you're really allergic to.
That would help.
And for a lot of this thing, if you know you're bad in the fall, start the antihistamines a couple of weeks ahead of time. And that way you'll feel more comfortable.
I use those, I don't want to say the brand, but they're these nasal swabs that have gel on the end.
An allergy colleague of mine mentioned something like that to me. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but there are other things that you can do. I wonder if that's what it is.
It has been
Does it work?
very helpful. Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because you are always complaining about your allergies.
Got the worst.
Among other things.
Just in general, yeah.
I'm allergic to Dylan.
Dr. Azar.
Together.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next, I went on the job at a business where they really value growth.
Aw.
See what I did there?
Yeah, nice.
There's a
Well done. Well
what I learned when I spent a day working with plants. Then later, look who's here. Good Charlotte bandmates. Benji and Joe Madden live to talk music, to talk family. Also a fun way to experience concerts. The third hour of today, the allergy-free edition, right back after this.
Leaving?
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156
are back with our series On the Job. So far, I got to work as a national park ranger. Dylan caught foul balls for the Boston Red Sox, and Chanel typed out poetry in the park. Well, now it is our friend Craig's turn.
You know, I got to go to my happy place.
Okay.
Got to go to my happy place, Home, Garden, and Gift Emporium Terrain. It's in Westport, Connecticut. Even though it was hard work, I had a smile planted on my face all day long. Even though my roots are firmly planted at the Today Show, I was looking forward to my first day as an employee at Terrain.
What's up, Deb? I'm excited about my first day.
Hey, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some
I'm
fun. Come on in.
excited.
Come on in.
After you,
Let's
boss.
go.
Deb Herbertson is a supervisor in the design department. She's been working here for about 10 years.
Why is
I'm
it so?
here. I don't know.
First, I put on my uniform.
Is this where I put my tips? Put my tips.
And got a quick tour so I could get the lay of the land in case any customers needed directions later on.
Candles, of course. We love
Oh,
our candles.
I love the candles
We
here.
love our candles. We're just getting some neat seasonal ones in.
These are fall candles. Then Deb handed me off to Peggy, a store associate who today is responsible for keeping the plants hydrated and healthy.
This is a pitcher plant, so they love to stay moist. So you're gonna water a little bit in each
That's
one.
how you water the plant?
You gotta water it like that.
What?
Each one gets,
That's
there
too
you go,
much.
whoopsie.
That's right. Still learning, on the job training
Yeah,
here.
and move down this way
Should I
here.
take-
Let's roll, help me roll the cart. This is a moisture meter. And
Oh.
with any plant, you can see it says dry or wet.
Got my moisture meter here.
There
Stand
we
by.
go.
I can tell you.
And then you can also mist it.
Oh, now that one says it's moist.
So there you go.
My first solo task, testing and watering the rest of the plants in the atrium. That's bone dry. Gonna put a little water in there. All right. Uh-oh, that may be a little much. That's okay, Craig, that's okay. Boop, boop, boop. I'm not sure why I'm making that noise, but it seems appropriate. We'll just give them all a little spritz, a little shower. Need a little water there, buddy.
Let's hope all these plants are still alive tomorrow.
Mission accomplished. Next up, flexing my creative muscles over at the design bench with Deb.
Okay, so the real work begins. Back here is where we make the things for the floor. We make beautiful arrangements for people to come by. Here's your model. This kind of looks like, I don't know, that
A
cool
succulent spaceship.
Yes. Okay.
I
You
like
might-
that. Like right there?
Tuck him right in, baby. So any piece we're making, we always want our eye to travel. You want a little bit of a focal point. So let's think of like this.
I was just looking at that.
I know. He's like, what?
I was just looking at that.
Foil a little
What do you
bit.
think, like right there?
I think so.
I think the pink might be a nice contrast.
I think
That's
really
one,
pretty. I
It's a
think
color we don't really have yet
I
either.
know. You know, I'm gonna say if this little morning gig you have doesn't work out, I'm gonna say you got a future here.
Once I mastered plant design, it was time for my hardest assignment yet.
Now we are a retail store. So no matter what, even if you're back here working in the trenches, you're going to be working with customers.
Oh boy!
So I think now is the time to get you out there and let's meet your public.
Let's
let's
hit the floor.
Let's work with some customers.
Oh! Welcome to Terrain.
Thank you very
Nice to
much.
meet you. I'm Craig.
I'm Kathy. Nice to meet you.
Kathy, what can I help you with?
So I want to get a gift for a friend of mine.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if I should get something like this.
I'm gonna have you fill out this request form.
Oh, great
and
idea. Great.
what are you looking to spend?
100?
Might I suggest 400?
No.
Here to help, sir, with the hat. Do you have any questions? Candles are in the back.
Which one do you like better?
Which one's more expensive? Do you have your wallet? No. How are you going to pay for it? We only accept cash. You have cash? You're not going to be able to take this out. No, you can't afford that. Get that back. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. Welcome to Terrain.
I just need to know where the ladies' room is.
The bathroom? Yes, I know where the. So you're gonna go that way. You're gonna make. Soon, the workday was winding down, but Deb had one last job for me.
Earlier today, we had somebody call and say, we're having a party. It's an outdoor party. Could we get a little something for our centerpiece outside? And I thought maybe this was going to be it. Do you want to make a delivery for Terrain?
Yes!
Our request came from Lindsay Melvin.
Well, I will be taking this home for a weekend party.
All right, my friend.
I love that.
Thank you for everything. It was so much fun.
Another satisfied customer.
Oh, there you go.
Put it out
nice.
on our patio. Let me tell you, if y'all haven't done it, you got to go and try it.
So is it therapeutic or what is it?
It's cathartic. Just your fingers in the dirt and the design work and finding the colors that contrast with other.
I've always been fascinated by this. I'm glad you got to experience it.
When I get fired from this place, and we know that's
you're
inevitable.
taking plants from children.
I'm going to go work at Terrain.
I will tell you, your love of plants, you've talked about it so much, is that I have now rekindled my love affair with plants.
Because of Craig?
Because of Craig. My dressing room is.
He's got like 8 plants in his dressing room.
Oh, yeah.
Get your little squirt bottle.
No, they're real plants. succulents are real plants.
but I mean, like,
but they're ones you have to take care of.
I will
You
tell
have a moisture meter too.
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what it was? I think it was COVID when we learned because we were all doing our show from our house.
And you had your plant wall.
And Craig had a plant wall.
That's great.
Like a living wall behind him.
Well.
The rest of us had like a shelf and a book.
All right, Deb, thank you. Thanks to Deb, and thanks to the whole team at Terrain for making this plant dad very happy.
I love
They like hide the kids' toys behind me back in the day. All right, coming up, they're brothers, businessmen, dads, and rock stars. Good Charlotte's Benji and Joel Madden are here to fill us in on their live music venture. We'll be right back.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We all start going, when you hear the name of one of our next guests, the other is usually not far behind.
Benji and Joel Madden rose to fame as members of the rock band Good Charlotte, known for hits like Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous and, of course, the anthem.
While the group has taken a brief hiatus from performing, Benji and Joel have been hard at work with their streaming platform. It's called Veeps.
So it allows fans to enjoy live music from the comfort of their homes, and they're here to share some big news. Benji, Joel, good
morning. Such a great idea.
This is brilliant. So before we get into the platform, it was at a Beastie Boys concert. You guys decided you wanted to pursue music. What was it about them that said, we want to be this guy?
I mean, the Beastie Boys were iconic, prolific. We were 15 at the time. Went to our first concert, saw you could do that. People were up on stage making music, and we went home the next day, started our band. And
That's amazing. Did you have musical talent like before this? Like, had you played instruments growing up?
No.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, we're still working on the musical talent part. Yeah. But it was the MTV age. And,
man,
the Beastie
that's
Boys.
So good.
We got to go to the show. Came home the next day, started the band, and Veeps, our platform, all that experience is really kind of what went into us sort of feeling like there was something missing in the landscape today. When you think about your Netflix experience, your Apple, for music, to have a home, we really felt like that was so important to us and what we discovered and how we discovered new artists and how we found our identities and how we, what led us on our path in life. And we just felt like that was, for artists, that's something that's been missing for quite some time. And so we just set out to build it. And Here we
They say
are.
if you build it, they will come. I mean, look how many people
That's
are
right.
flocking to movie theaters.
That's right.
I just booked my ticket for Renaissance for my daughter. Anyway.
That's right.
Okay, so wait, your band, Good Charlotte, is gearing up for its first show together in what,
We're
5
showing
years?
almost 5 years.
5
Something
years.
like that, yeah.
What's that going to feel like?
It's like shaking the rust off, but it's
getting back on the bicycle.
Yeah, it's
I
kind of
love
like
that.
riding a bike, though.
Yeah, October 21st and 22nd in Las Vegas. When we were young, we're playing with it's like Blink 182, Green Day,
So
Offspring,
fun.
Good Charlotte.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's like, for some reason, I have a 6'3" and a 2-year-old. We listen to like all your music and Green Day, and they are just obsessed. So explain this Veeps to me. Will your concert be available on Veeps? Like, can everybody just
Well, we're still
download
working
it?
on that. The deal hasn't been
Okay.
made yet. But, really, yeah, the idea, when you think about what we all expect now with our sports teams, what we expect when we, how we all kind of, I think, consume our sort of the things the niches that we all love. We
all want access to everything. So music is the same. We have to give fans access to tours, and so we want to stream every live show that we can. Comedy as well.
Is it real time, delayed? Do you go to how does it?
It's real time.
Real time.
But it's also on demand, too.
On the platform. If you watch a show, you can watch it live. You can watch it on demand. We have a catalog of concerts, music documentaries,
classic shows.
That's so cool.
So Benji,
And we're rolling out original content.
Oh, all right.
I know.
We like the original content.
Yeah.
But we're at an age now where average ticket prices are like $300 or more. As artists, it must be kind of tough because sometimes the average fan is going to be priced out of this.
Yeah, and that's
it's beyond your control.
I think artists and I mean everyone involved really cares about everyone having access. I mean everything's more expensive now when you think about it,
Yep.
right? So it's not as easy to take a family vacation. It's not as easy to do a lot of things. And this was a big part of like the mission as well. Is not just that's not the only factor. I mean there's so many people that actually can't go to shows. They live too far away or they have challenges that they can't go to shows. So it's something that all artists really care about. I think if you talk to any artist, and that's something we're really excited about with
Good
the
for
platform.
you guys. I think that's a great idea. Before you leave us, Joel, you have 2 beautiful children with your wife, Nicole. Do they have a music bug in them?
My kids love music.
Yeah.
They hate when I talk about them and their musical talent.
Oh, wait, how old are they?
14 and 15, almost 16.
So they're old enough to be like
3, right?
Well, gonna be 4.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So when they're 4, you can talk all you want, but by the time they're your
teenagers,
kids,
you can't, they're going to kill me for even talking about them. I mean, obviously, their grandparents think they're very talented as well. So we all sit around and talk about how they're going to be musicians. They don't want to hear it, but they love music. They're big fans.
How about your almost 4-year-old? Is she?
Oh, I mean, our house is very musical. I mean, very musical. There's the song in our house right now is "Rockin' a Hard Place," Bailey Zimmerman. My daughter always says, "Play Damn Is Broken." From the lyric.
We always pick out the lyric.
We're listening to records nonstop.
That's great. Benji, Joel, thanks for stopping
Thank you,
by.
guys.
Good to see you guys. And in fact, all access plan on Veeps is available.
Such a good idea. All right, just ahead, Pulitzer Prize finalist Xochitl Gonzalez is here with books that celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, from fantasy to mystery and more. And then later, fall means sweater weather. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
And our Shop All Day team is sharing one of their favorites for men. So guys, we have something for you this morning.
finally.
And women. Do you guys wear sweaters? Is that a thing?
Of course. Yeah. Why not?
They're not.
We'll
They're
be
rock
right back.
stars. They're not
I don't know
aliens.
if rock stars wear sweaters. I don't know.
Sweaters.
I don't think y'all wear sweaters.
I don't know.
We'll be back.
We'll be
Once a year.
Oh my goodness. This morning, we are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with a special edition of What to Read. Nothing beats cozying up with a good book in the fall, and we have an expert here to share some of her favorites. Xochitl Gonzalez is a 2023 Pulitzer Prize finalist and New York Times bestselling author of Olga Dies Dreaming. And her new novel, Anita De Monte, Last is out next year. Xochitl, welcome to you.
Thank
You've
you
been
so
busy.
much for very busy, but not too busy to read these awesome books.
I love that. Let's get started. You described this first book as a fantasy telenovela.
Oh my God. It is like if Ryan Murphy decided to make a show for Telemundo. Like it is like a wild romp, but at its heart, it's a family drama that sort of explores 3 generations of women like grappling with like a couple decades old family trauma, and there are zombies, but there's also sisterhood. Like it's really like zombies
Two
and
things
sisterhood.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody put together.
It is fun and wild and unexpected, and one of the most original books that I've read in ages. But you know, at times in the beginning, I was like, "What is happening?" And then after a while, I was like, "I like it."
I don't know what's happening. I like it.
Yeah. No, it's you'll probably never have read anything like it, and yet the characters are so real. You know, you've got a sister that ran away with like a deadbeat boyfriend. You've got a sister grappling with addiction. You've got a sister that just broke up with somebody, and they're all kind of coming together and like sort of finally dealing with some family secrets, and it's just great. Yeah.
The next one also has some family drama in it, but it's more of a thriller.
This, if you love political thrillers, I'm like, if you liked Scandal, you will actually probably love this, because there's steamy love triangles. Where There Was Fire by John Manuel Arias, like steamy love triangles. There's like a whole, it's set in Costa Rica and in the U.S., but Costa Rica in the 60s and into the 90s around the American Fruit Company. And there's like an entire corporate espionage sort of like cover-up plot around the banana plantations there. But then there's also like intrigue between these two families that kind of get intermingled, and there's love and you know, sort of grievances, but also like a really good kind of political cover-up mystery.
It has a real appeal.
Yeah, it's got a real appeal.
Let's go to your next one. It's sticking with that crime
Oh my
theme.
gosh. So this book, like on the one hand, made me laugh and also broke my heart. What Happened to Ruthie Ramirez by Claire Jimenez. It is just, Ruthie Ramirez goes missing in the 90s, and 13 years later, one of her sisters is watching a reality show called Catfight and spots a girl with exactly her sister's birthmark. And they become convinced that this is their sister, and the 2 sisters and their mother embark on a cross-country journey to find her. And it's both hilarious and heartbreaking, and I just love this book.
What do you have in our nonfiction category?
Oh, so, you know, I was just saying, I went to graduate school in Iowa, and it was like, as a lifelong New Yorker, moving to Iowa was a big deal. I loved this book. We heard it when we were young by Chuy Renteria, and it takes place, it's a memoir that takes place in West Liberty, Iowa, which was the first majority Hispanic town in Iowa. And it is really like a coming of age story of like, what is it when this whole community is sort of like just figuring out what being in America means to them. And there's breakdancing battles and fist fights and multiculturalism. I know, yeah, like you wouldn't think it, but it's there. And just an amazing soundtrack. And he writes with such heart. This is just a beautiful, beautiful book. I love it. And it was done by an independent press. And just, you know, I hope people check this one out. I loved it.
We're out of time. You have to come back.
Oh, thank you.
Xochitl, thank you so much for another bonus pick. And we have some other ones. Head to today.com/book.
When we come back, our Shop All Day team is hard at work. They've gathered a few of their absolutely favorite things, including the pen. The pen that's more than meets the eye. Wait till you see what
Is that the moleskin?
Yes, it is. Oh. You're going to love this.
What's that?
We'll be right back.
favorites because today's episode of Shop All Day is filled with fan favorites from fashion to tech. And of course, we have Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post here with a preview. So scan the QR code to see all of these picks. Chassie, good morning.
Good morning.
This is such a great episode.
So let's start
with
fall and sweaters.
It's all about the classics this season.
What
That
about
sort of
comfort?
quiet luxury, and nothing is more quietly luxurious than a cashmere crew neck sweater, real cashmere. But the big news is the price.
Whoa.
Starts at $50. I didn't know that was even possible to do a cashmere sweater in $50. It's by a brand called Quince, and they have women's styles and men's styles. It's so soft that you just...
It is. I know. You just want to like
I
rub
mean,
it.
cashmere, right? So I can't believe the price on that. So we can all get in on cashmere. Okay, next up. This is a classic, but a high-tech twist. We were just talking about Moleskine journals. I know you all know them. Al says that he's got years of journals.
Too many.
Yeah, amazing. And this is incredible because this is Moleskine's smart writing set. So it comes with a smart pen, and this looks like, look, it's just typical pages, right? In a journal, but it's actually digitally coded, and it comes with an app. And so when I write on this, and you guys will see on screen, it makes an instant digital copy. And so anything I write or draw is saved on my device. And isn't that cool? So you have
Roka,
to...
you would love that.
I know.
Cool.
And
So you've got a digital copy of whatever it is
Exactly.
you do.
And then
Press
once
hard
it's
again.
on your device, you can edit it, you can share it, you can email it, you can send it anywhere, and you can even make a digital journal. So you just slide, let's say you've got...
That's cool.
Al's journal is, let's say he wrote a summer recipe and wants to put it in fall recipes on your device. You can move it over.
Well, honestly, I was just
Amazing.
thinking, because my kids like to sketch, I would do that and then save all their
And
sketches.
the beauty of the Moleskine journal, it looks
And if-
classic.
If
and
you
yet,
lose the journal, you've got a digital copy.
Yes, yes,
All right.
yes. Okay, so now let's talk about, I just think, the ultimate classic shoe, the Cap Toe Ballet Flat. I mean, it's got that high-end designer vibe, but not the high-end designer price, $25. We found these on Amazon, and Cap Toe just means, you know, the different material right at the toe. And these are really
look cute on
comfy,
your
too.
feet.
Aren't they comfy,
Yeah, you
Dylan?
should show them, 'cause
They're
they are.
right?
what
So
are
cute,
those?
and
What are
they're
these?
flexible.
Here, show America.
So those are pretty comfy, but if you
Here,
want
America.
Look!
Super
See?
cute.
Oh, we got to keep
An
moving.
instant classic. Okay,
And they're
so
size-
those are comfortable, right? But to make them even more comfortable, check out these little socks.
Yeah, those
yes,
socks,
these are
they add
cushion
the
socks.
support that you need.
Yes, I mean,
That's amazing.
massaging cushions, 2 for under $10.
Just really quickly here. What we have
Okay.
here.
This is genius. So we all love the intense moisturizing factor of Vaseline, right? Well, this is Vaseline in stick form. So
you don't have to stick your finger in the whole jar.
And look how you apply it. You just glide it on. You don't even have to rub it in. Remember the old tubs of Vaseline? You had to stick your hand in.
Gets stuck in
And
your
those
fingernails.
charmy fingers are in the
Yep.
thing.
So no mess. And guess what?
What do you do with it?
I didn't know if it had like a lavender.
Yeah, no, and no scent. And you know, a lot of people in sports are loving this now for anti-chafing.
Yeah, Frank did say
You
that.
should be using that for your.
Well,
for
I'm
your
not
run.
honest. Well, I'll
For marathon?
sports
Well,
bra.
don't
Cassie,
overshare.
thanks so much.
Right?
Before we
And
go down a
un-
bad rabbit hole.
For like dry
Under
skin and
$6.
stuff.
Check out Shop All Day, fan favorite, streaming today, 10 a.m. on Today All Day. Head to today.com/shop all day. See all these items. Third hour today. Right back. Grease them up. cannot wait till tomorrow's third hour today because we've got Andrew Reynolds and Josh Gad going to be here.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, fashion-forward coats for the fall. Can I get away from you now? What just happened?
We'll see. Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
Today we are getting a singing lesson from an online superstar, Cheryl Porter. Plus, it's cooking familia when Marcela Valladolid whips up some chicken tinga tostados. And Amy Schumer's hilarious warning for 20-somethings. We're talking about it.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, hey, hey! How are you? It is October the 5th. It's Thursday.
Yes, that means the weekend is right around the corner.
Right around the corner. We're so excited about today's show, you guys. I'm so happy that you're joining us today.
Yeah.
Because this one is one of our favorite guests.
We love her. I don't know how much y'all are going to love what she's doing with us because she's teaching us how to sing.
She is a super famous vocal coach.
This is her.
And Cheryl Porter, you may know her because she has 17 million followers. She sang opera. She sang in all of the biggest things in the world. She has a teaching technique that has been duplicated. People try to copy it, but she's the originator.
She's the most
amazing.
Positive,
yes,
incredible woman.
We love her.
And we're going to announce something kind of big with her.
Yeah.
We're scared, but it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. You know what I did yesterday?
What?
Okay, so I left work. I had a lot of work things to do. And on my way home, I realized I had an extra 30 minutes before I picked up my kids. And Central Park is there. So I feel like everywhere I'm looking, people are talking about grounding.
Yeah.
The magnetic field of the earth,
yes.
Taking off your shoes and your socks and think about when the last time you put your feet onto the earth, sand, grass, whatever. I know that weather's changing, so it's not as convenient.
Yeah.
So I thought, oh my God, grounding. This is what I'm meant to be doing right now. Took off my socks and shoes, Jenna, in Central Park and started walking. And I don't know if it was like in my head. I felt so much better. I walked around Central Park, walked on the grass around and around.
That is brave.
For like 20 minutes. I have to tell you, when I was done, I was like, is this real? You know how you can make yourself believe something?
Yes.
And I'm very suggestive. If you tell me something's going to help me, I believe it will. But I actually felt calmer. I laid down in Central Park. I did our breathing thing that we like to do.
Yes.
That breathing technique, lower belly, high chest out.
Yes.
I did it for like 5 or 10 minutes. When I was done, I was like, I felt light. I felt airy. I crossed the street. I saw my kids, picked them up from hip hop.
Did you put your shoes back on when you walked?
I put my shoes back on.
Good.
Anyway, it just shows you like 20 minutes of nothing.
Getting outside.
Yeah, I feel like it changed
Getting
how
outside
I feel. Yes.
is one of the most important mood boosters
Yes,
there are,
and it's
especially when the
easy.
weather's beautiful.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
I will say, some people can just walk in their backyard.
Yeah.
The fact that you walked in Central Park, where there are dogs and horses and tons of tourists, is quite brave. You never know what you're going to step on. You never know.
But you know what? It was awesome.
I love it. Okay, so Amy Schumer is a hilarious, hilarious person. We know that. Well, she recently reminded everybody of something really important. It's a PSA she's put out.
Yeah.
She posted this throwback picture of herself with the caption, "Warning, 20-somethings, I looked like this at your age." Then the next picture was this. She said, "Life is coming for you." There she is.
She's 42. She's my age.
Oh
We're
my
the
gosh.
same age.
Okay.
That's just a hilarious.
By the way, that's hilarious. Do you look back at your 20s and go, what did you think? I mean, life's coming for you?
No, I think I was excited.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I think I was, and I think Amy's joking. Of
course she is.
Because she has a babe and a husband that she adores.
Great life. Yeah.
She's still acting and doing incredible things. So I think she's probably like, look at all the beauty, but also,
perfection is. Yeah.
I wish and this is what I think 20-year-olds need to know is like, stop criticizing yourself.
I know.
Stop making yourself feel bad. Because the truth is, and this is how we should feel every day of our life, this is the youngest you'll be in that moment.
Yeah.
You look great.
Yes.
You feel great.
Yes.
You're young. Your lower back doesn't hurt yet.
Yes.
You haven't had a lot of stomach operations.
Yeah.
I'm mainly talking to myself.
Yeah.
You're in fighting shape. So use that energy for good.
Yeah, it's hard to be where you are in any moment because you want to. Like everyone looks back at their pictures and go, "Oh my God, I was worried about my weight. I was so skinny. Why was I worried?"
know.
I mean, there is a lot of that, but I feel like I'm not being Pollyanna, but I really do feel like it gets better because Amy Schumer did not know who she was when she was 20-something. You can almost tell by how she's posing.
Yeah.
Is this right? Does this look good?
Yeah, totally.
But now she's been nothing but herself for many years.
Yes.
I'm sure it feels so much more comfortable to not have to pretend and be all that.
I know that feeling where you don't feel so great in your skin. So it doesn't even matter what you look like.
Yes.
It's just not knowing who you are.
Yeah.
But anyway.
We love Amy. Okay.
I would go out as much as you can in your 20s too.
You love to say that.
Go out.
Keep dating.
Keep dating. Enjoy things. Because guess what? Your hangovers get way worse, and you like to go to bed at like 8:30 or 8:35 after watching my favorite new show.
Which is what?
It's my favorite old show that has a new season.
Yes.
It's called Starstruck.
That's a good one. What season is it? 3?
This is season 3.
I've only seen
Henry
season
and I'm
1.
like, you better get home right now. It's
Henry is into Starstruck?
Oh yeah, it is a romantic comedy.
Wait.
And
Henry likes it?
oh yeah, there's a love triangle.
Ooh.
I love a love triangle.
We want to have that.
Everything.
We want to have the main star of Starstruck here on the show. We like her.
once everything's done.
All right, so today is National Popcorn Poppin' Month. It's a whole month. It's all of
October is
October.
National.
All right, so we're going to play a game called Name That Pop.
Oh, no.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike. All right, we have 4 varieties of popcorn. We're going to taste them and guess the flavor.
Should we start with number
Are
1?
they? Yeah, let's start with this. This is
Okay.
the one that looks like
This is
cotton
colory and
candy.
kind of scary.
Uh-huh.
I think. Skittles. Starburst.
It's definitely some sweet
Skittles.
cotton candy.
I think it's Skittles.
No, it's Now or Later's. Okay, what is it?
Sour
Patch Kids. Yeah,
Okay.
it's very sour. Next. Okay, I don't.
This
number
looks,
2.
This looks plain.
It's not. Tastes plain.
It's plain.
It's plain. Nothing. Bland. Lesser evil.
Pina colada.
Did you really taste that? No. Next.
I almost need a palate cleanser. Oh, what is this?
I have no taste buds right now.
What is this? Pickle.
Oh, good one.
I like that one.
You know what? For all the people who've had a cold for like weeks and weeks, I feel you.
I know.
They don't. This one isn't going away. This is probably going to be hot. I'm a little afraid of it.
I don't like spicy things.
I don't either.
I mean, too spicy. Is it rude that I let you taste it first?
Oh, it's spicy. It's like Tabasco.
Now and later? Oh, I don't like Tabasco. It's Cheetos Flaming Hot Popcorn.
What's your favorite?
Pickle.
Yeah.
What about you?
I kind of like the Sour Patch.
You do?
Because I can taste it. All right.
Coming up, Hoda's got another hack that she swears by.
You're going to like it. And some extras, too. But first, these messages. You like Jill?
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
So many good hacks on the internet, so we thought we're going to try a few because we love this, Jenna, don't we?
Yeah. Can Hoda and Jenna hack it? All right, shall we go over here to the hack station?
Yeah, we're going to watch a video and we're going to see how it's done, and then we're going to see if the hack works for ourselves. The first one,
it's a ketchup hack.
Yeah, it'll help us get every last little bit out of the ketchup bottle. Let's take a look.
You know when you want the last bit of ketchup and then you just, most people hit it on their palm like that, but if you want to get the whole bottle, how cool is that?
Here though.
Okay, so first of all, make sure the lid's on tight.
I'm a little nervous.
Wait, what side is? Oh, you hold
I'm
the
a little
bottom.
nervous because there is a lot of ketchup
No,
in
you
here.
got it.
So
Close your lid. Is your lid tight? Okay,
Yeah.
ready? Okay,
it's
let's
very
see.
slippery. How do you do that?
Yeah, you're right. It does work. She's right. She's right. Except for it's exhausting. This hack, I've used this hack ever since I was a kid. This is a mango, an odd-looking mango, but it's a mango. This, I know it. Okay, let's watch the video. I could show you, but let's watch the video first.
So first, cut your mango down the center around the seed and give it a good twist with both hands. Then carefully use your knife to cut around the seed to loosen it up from the other half. So once the seed feels loose, pull it out with your hands and you have these perfect little mango bowls. You can eat it with a spoon right out of the bowl or scoop it out and slice it up.
Simple. So take the mango, take your sharp knife, go around till you feel the pit. Feel it, go all the way around. Feel it.
Feel it.
Okay. Did you do it?
Yeah, yes,
Take
ma'am.
this big old mango. Now, jigger it like this. Now, twist it.
It's hard, though.
This mango is huge. I've never...
Okay, I got it.
Good. Now, look at that. Look
it.
at that. So now, you eat the inside with a spoon, this side. This side,
Okay.
she says cut around.
Show me what you do.
No. 'cause
Yes, show me what
Yeah,
you
spoons.
do. No,
Now-
no, show me what you do. Oh,
Yo.
show me. Show me. Show me.
This is what I do, but not everyone should do it.
Okay.
I don't even
go.
need a spoon.
Dentists around the country are freaking. Go.
You bite the
Okay,
end
go.
and you twist it.
Go, show us.
That's how you do it.
Okay, go.
Bust it.
Oh.
What? Simple.
It took out all
No,
of
but then you just kind of cut along and get it. But
What did the girl say to do?
she says to be careful. I don't trust you. Please don't do that. Just take your no. Oh God, no. Jenna. You're welcome. I told you that's why you need your teeth. But look,
No, I'm not using my teeth.
back to this. It's like a little bowl.
Yeah.
You just take a bite.
You know what would be so cute if you put vanilla ice cream in here?
Oh, that's a good one.
For a
let's
dinner
get to the good
party.
half. Hold on. My favorite of all. I don't need the lady to show us. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
So we got to drain pasta. How do you usually do it? You take your strainer, you put it over the
In the
sink,
sink.
you get two hands, you're trying to. No, this is what you do. You take your strainer, you put it on the top of the pot.
What?
Watch me work.
And can this go into the sink?
This is the sink.
Do you need help?
Nope. Oh, wait a second. Let me guess. My pasta is in my pot. I'm not changing pots. You're welcome. You just have to get a strainer that's the same size as your pot. Try it at home. All right.
That hack I'll try. Now, chewing the thing out is something I'll leave for you.
All right. We want to hear from you. So if you have a hack you want us to try out, we'd love to.
Yes.
Just go to our website and do what you do.
Coming up, one of the internet's most popular vocal coaches, Cheryl Porter. She's here, y'all. We adore her. She's going to teach us how to sing. Y'all don't want to miss it.
But isn't that a great way to eat a mango? And by the way, tons of fiber. Coming up tomorrow.
The hilarious and unfiltered Chelsea Handler stops by.
Plus, the veteran preparing to tackle the Iron Man despite the odds.
And Gigi, J-Lo, Tracy, and more. We're going to show you how to steal their style for less.
That's all Friday on Hoda and Jenna.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
All right, one thing you may know about us is that we love to sing, but it's fair to say we both could use just a little improvement.
Little. So we had the opportunity to get lessons from a world famous vocal coach. Her name is Cheryl Porter, and we could not say yes fast enough. We'll chat with Cheryl in just a moment. But first, if you don't know her story, it is truly remarkable. Check it out.
Let me hear ya. Aside from her high-ranging talents, Cheryl Porter's pink tutu, colorful earrings, and signature boxing gloves make her one of the most captivating and vibrant vocal coaches around.
If someone's ever seen my videos before, I think they will be kind of confused. What is this lady doing? What's going on? Why are they making these crazy sounds? And then after a while, oh, she's teaching them how to sing.
Thanks to her unique style and proven track record, the beloved vocal coach has amassed more than 29 million followers on her social channels.
There's no way I would have ever thought that people would like these videos.
As a child, Cheryl never imagined herself as a singer.
I grew up in a single mother home. My mother was a janitress on the south side of Chicago. I didn't know that I was poor at the time. Now, looking back, I was poor. So when I wanted to sing as a kid, I was like, oh, don't sing, singing is not for you. You're gonna be broke. There's no way you can make it as a singer.
But the Chicago native would defy the odds.
My high school choir teacher said, listen, little girl, I don't know who told you that you didn't know how to sing, but believe me, you can. And that teacher changed my life.
She eventually sang her way through college on a full opera scholarship. Then she moved to Italy, where she fell in love and embarked on a successful solo career. But the woman with the powerful stage presence was nervous to try her hand at teaching.
I was terrified to give voice lessons because if you get the wrong voice teacher, that's the end. You can ruin people. And my husband told me, you are responsible in this life for what you do and what you don't do. So even if you decide not to do it, there are consequences. Think of all of those young singers that you could help, that you're not helping. It hit me really, really hard. And I felt the weight sort of lifted off of me.
Embracing that responsibility, the master singer created unique vocal exercises.
And one of my favorites is like, me, me, mama, moo. And it's like, me, me, mama, moo, me, me, mama, me, me, mama, moo, me, me, mama, me, me, mama, moo.
It's all part of the Cheryl Porter vocal method.
Another one of my favorite vocal exercises that I love is called Good Morning World. And it goes, good morning, world. How are you? I'm fine, I come to shine. So that's to help you with articulation. Keep it low in the diaphragm.
Today, her lessons are used in schools around the globe, and she also hosts an international masterclass tour. And the sweetest part for Cheryl, her mother was able to witness her success.
She passed right when I bought a home. But she got to see that house. She got to see what music did, but how the power of music and the power of dreams, how we never stopped believing in ourselves. She got to see my dream come true. Been a professional singer for 27 years, and now it's my turn and my time to give back to all of those singers, all of those dreamers who want to use their voice, and I can make a difference in that person's life. And even a little dreamer just like me can one day be on the Today Show.
First of all, we love you, the little dreamer.
I love you guys.
I
love you. Thank you for having me.
I feel like all your dreams are coming true, aren't they?
Honey, what a blessing to be here. I grew up watching this show, and everyone told me that I would never make it as a singer. For me to be here today talking about my story with you is a dream come true. And I want everybody to know dreams do come true and never stop dreaming, honey.
Cheryl, when we met you, I mean, we got back to the office after working with you, and it was, of course, your talents that radiated, but it's so much more. You're so loving and positive. Look at your outfit.
Thank you so much, sweetheart.
Of course. I mean,
Thank you.
I love that you didn't let those people say to you, you can't.
That's right. That's right. So many singers all over the world battle with that, because when you tell someone you want to be a singer, they say you can't do it, do anything else. When I told my mom that I wanted to be a singer, she said, you can do anything in the world but that. And she was afraid. She was so afraid that I wouldn't be able to eat. She was afraid I wouldn't be able to take care of myself. And there's so many dreamers out there like me that have this dream, and so many people, they just may not understand it. But when you have a dream, that dream is for you. Not everybody's going to see your dream. Not everybody. That's why you have it at night by yourself. Not everybody's going to see your dream, and that's okay. But keep on dreaming, because dreams do come true. Because look at me. Here I am.
Well, you know, you had that one teacher, that one music teacher who said, little girl, you can sing. I don't know who told you can't, but you can.
Her name was Mary Burns.
I was just going to ask you, Mary Burns.
Yes, in my high school, Morgan Park High School, and she said, little girl, who told you you couldn't sing?
Okay. Wait, speaking of singing, before you go, I mean, you're going to stay around, but before we go to commercial, will you sing us out?
A little something.
Oh, my goodness, it is too early to be singing, but I'll try. Can I stand up? Okay, now it is. So you got to stand up, because we're going to be doing some lessons today. Yeah. And so you have to stand up, so posture is important. So I'll just do a little bit.
A little bit.
So, Picky, sing your... That's it. That's all.
Wow.
Oh, cheating this morning.
That was a tease, and it was beautiful. Don't go anywhere, because this lovely lady is going to give us a private vocal lesson.
Okay, but was she able to turn us into singers? We're going to find out right after this.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday! We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Before the break, we sat down with the lovely and very talented vocal coach, Cheryl Porter, creator of the Cheryl Porter vocal method.
She's remarkable. And now the moment of truth. Okay, if anybody can do it, it's Cheryl. Was she able to transform us into real singers? Here's how it went down.
Meeting our vocal coach, Cheryl Porter, was pure joy, but could she really help us become the singers we dream of being? Jen and I both love to sing, and we don't have a ton of talent.
Sir, I am defined.
Oh my God.
Did that sound good?
No, it's who's the person who can show us how to do it right? Maybe it would unlock it.
Is there a magician?
Yes.
Because that's what we need.
With the magic wand.
I think they're going to be great. I'm making my bet that they're going to kill it.
And with that, it was time for class.
So it goes like this.
You do the noom noom. We started with some quick warm-ups, like any good singer would.
We're going to shake it out. Shake it out. Yum, 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 yum. So take a deep breath. Perfect. Now breathe out. And this time you got to keep the book up.
Wait, how?
Back on our feet, Cheryl gave us her finest pink boxing gloves. She says they help us focus on our vocal support.
Make sure you're feeling it down in the core. That's it. I'll help you.
Next up, a sing-off to work on our pitch.
Ladies, let's go.
Hey, you over there.
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 Bravissime, so good, so good. So good.
Yes, with Cheryl's guidance, we were catching on.
Now we're going to do a sustained note. Hey, good morning. Right.
Hey, good morning.
Try.
Hey, good morning.
Perfect. Just don't lift the shoulders on it. Good morning.
It sounded like we just harmonized.
It sounded good.
Good morning.
Jenna was really making progress.
Did I hit a note?
You hit it.
Wait,
you did it.
I've known her for years. I've never heard that come out before. That was until we tried the next exercise.
Now I want you to do something for me real quick.
I don't know that I can do that.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, how do you do that? Wait, can everybody do that for me?
But as Jenna learned, practice makes perfect.
Exactly! Exactly, Jenna! Try it again.
I feel like I'm a 3-year-old.
And to our surprise, our voices started to sing a different tune. I see you.
It's beautiful.
Wait, what is happening?
She's killing it. I see you.
I see you.
Beautiful. We worked on your head voice too. So beautiful.
Watch out, J-Lo!
Sounds so good.
It all came down to this. Did we have what it takes to belt out Cheryl's final exercise? Or would we be singing the same old song?
No. Try faster. No. Work and support it. Now we're going to try it even faster. You ready?
Oh, faster than that. Wow.
No. Perfect. And no. Fantastic, lady. We didn't even work on passaggio, and you crushed the passaggio too.
We don't know what passaggio is.
It's going from one register to the next.
We did it?
You crushed it.
You are such an amazing teacher. But you can be honest, how were we really?
You really were good.
Cheryl, we have potential.
Absolutely, you have potential. A lot of people ask me, the biggest question is it ever too late to learn how to sing? And it's not.
It's not.
But it's hard work. We work together for about an hour, and we can see the progress. Singing is a lot harder than people think.
Yes.
But it can be fun. But if you put in the time, you put in dedication, incredible things can happen because you all killed
you need the best teacher in the
I was
world.
going to say your method
There
is
was
incredible.
progress. There was progress.
What was the noom noom noom? How does it go again?
That's a fast one. Noom. Right.
The noom part we really got.
Noom.
Okay,
That's right.
We have a very, very exciting announcement. Can someone please cue the bells?
Okay,
Move over, Mariah, because we are partnering with Cheryl to create an original holiday song.
I love it. That we will share with you this Christmas.
Cheryl, you'll sing with us.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's original. This is nothing it's ever been heard
It's
before.
a brand new Christmas song that I wrote especially for us.
For us!
By the way,
trio.
we could sing with you and sound amazing.
Absolutely.
It's perfect.
And bring some Christmas joy
We're
all over the world.
We're going to manifest. We want to sing it on Jimmy Fallon.
Fallon?
We're coming.
Where's Fallon?
Fallon?
We're coming. They're coming.
Yeah.
We're coming.
And we want to sing it at the Christmas tree lighting.
Just say it. Put it into existence.
Put it into the atmosphere. Put it into the Christmas atmosphere.
Okay, let's do it.
I love you too.
You're remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So can we just say thank you also to Threshold Record Recording Studios NYC for hosting us. And Cheryl, good luck. You got your work cut out for you.
Thank you, darling.
But we believe.
We believe.
Yes, we're going to get started. I love
Coming
it.
up, guys, a delicious, easy dinner you can whip up in no time. That's coming up next.
Love you.
Love you too.
So fun.
Thank you so much.
Segments for Cheryl.
Now we
Oh
can
my God.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today with Shaken Eggs and Bacon.
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
We are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with chef and TV personality and author Marcela Valladolid.
Yeah, Marcela's newest cookbook, Familia, is filled with delicious and easy, authentic Mexican cooking and cuisine.
If you want to follow along the recipe, you can just scan the QR code right there, make it easy. Did you say this was your 7th book?
Yes.
Lucky number 7.
Yes.
What makes this book unique?
Oh my gosh, I taught every single recipe in this book. I taught to literally hundreds and thousands of students during the pandemic. I did online cooking classes because, like everybody else,
Wait, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's the first cookbook ever that before it's published, it has literally been through a massive focus group of students all over the world.
How cool is
There
that?
are students that took every single class, and it was all for my community, by my community. So this is one of the most popular
tell
recipes.
us what we're making.
Es pollo en salsa de tinga, chicken tinga tostada.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Okay, so super simple. So what we're gonna start off is these boiled tomatoes. And the reason that I boil them is because I want a soft and luxurious sauce. And boiling the tomatoes and cooking them first is gonna give us that texture.
Okay, and skin stays on, right?
Skin stays on,
Okay.
and that's a great question.
Well,
Could
I
you,
saw
and
that
then I'm
skin,
going to ask
yeah.
something you may not
Yeah.
like, but could
Yes.
you just use like canned tomatoes?
No, you may not.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, you can, but the flavor is not the same.
Yeah,
There's some
use
preservatives.
real. And it's the time of year they're fresh.
And
Totally.
what am
Add
I
those-
putting in?
You're putting in chipotles in a can. Now, if
Chipotles.
chipotle is too spicy for you, you can just use the spicy vinegary tomato sauce, the adobo, and that'll give you that smoky, beautiful flavor.
Okay, cool.
and then
So
onions.
what we're gonna do here, and you can of course season it with salt and pepper, or you can season at the end, and you're gonna just kind of
Pulse it.
on high.
Okay.
Thanks to the magic of TV, we have one that's here already ready for
Wow,
us. So that's what it looks like. Here, you're going to shred the chicken. In this recipe, I give people the recipe to boil their own chicken, but if you're in a pinch for time, rotisserie chicken from the supermarket, totally cool.
And I love how you're doing this
This is last minute. I told your culinary producer every time I post about shredding chicken with the machine or
This
the
is
hand
literally
mill
a hack.
it takes 2 minutes and it shreds it. Look.
Why didn't we do this
You're so done. Look, you're done.
Oh, instead of with a fork.
You're done.
Can you do this with you can't do this with any kind of chicken.
Any protein, you can do it. The only thing that I need to tell you, it has to be well done. Like you have to, it has to be nice and dry for you to. But look, perfect.
Oh my
shred.
gosh, amazing.
Yes. And then you start your thing up. Basically, I just have some onions and some garlic going on here. We're going to add that beautifully shredded chicken.
Great.
And then you're going to. This is already strained. Yes, it's really important to strain it because of the question that you had. The tomatoes are not peeled, and you want a silky salsa. So when you add it in, this one's already strained. You want to strain it before you add it in. Yeah. And then you're just going to cook and let all those flavors kind of blend together for a good 5 to 10 minutes. Season with salt and pepper.
Easy.
Everything's going to juice, and this is what you get, your tinga. This is what you call a tinga, which is basically a chicken soaked in a yummy chipotle salsa.
Okay, so now we're going to put our tostado together.
Yes.
Okay, so
this is a tostada. So what you're going to do, you're going to spread your refried beans. I give you a recipe for authentic refried beans in the book, but again, they have great quality organic refried beans, canned.
Yeah.
And I won't tell anybody, just use the canned stuff and it's totally fine.
Now they have really good stuff.
Absolutely. Then you're going to do the tinga over the top.
Beautiful.
That looks
A little
yummy.
over the top. And then a good lettuce. Yeah, there you go.
Got some parm. Is that what that is?
No,
What is
hombre.
that? What is
Queso
this?
cotija.
What?
Queso
Queso.
cotija.
I heard the word queso.
Por Dios. No, you can definitely
And you
use
can
parm.
use any kind of cheese.
Okay,
right?
look, listen.
Look
no,
what you're piling
señora.
on there.
More,
sí, señora,
more.
por favor. Okay, and then you come up with the little salsa with the hot sauce, whatever you want, hot sauce.
Look at these.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and then always hit it with a little
What's the
olive oil,
garnish?
salt
Olive
and
oil.
pepper. Yeah, for
garnish?
sure.
What's that?
Cilantro,
Cilantro, of course.
and a little bit of cilantro over the top. Give it a bite, some lime, maybe lemon. I heard that was right up your alley.
This is my perfect meal.
This is traditional
That is
home-style
spicy.
Mexican
It is spicy,
food.
And yummy.
Yes, chipotle, baby.
You know what else? I think that was what was spicy, right?
Yeah, it's a hot sauce.
It's
but
really-
that one has an habanero hot sauce, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, got us, girl. Get these
Wait, does it
recipes
really?
warm.
It does. That one has an
You
habanero.
can taste it.
Is it very
You got it. It's
spicy?
really spicy.
Okay, somebody get hold of some water.
That's okay. We're good.
fine.
Go to today.com/food, scan the QR code, and check out Marcella's newest book. It's called Familia. Number 7. Go to today.com/book.
Yeah, what a beautiful book. Congratulations.
Thank you, ladies.
so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, y'all
Thank you.
fall in love with a new cozy coat right after this. Yeah, I was like, this is spicier than I expected.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
Okay, there's nothing like walking down the street. You got your cute boots on, the perfect fall coat. But the question is, what coats are in style right now?
Well, we don't know the answer to this, but we have somebody that does here with some fashion-forward fall looks. It's Rajni Jacques. She's the global head of fashion and beauty at Snapchat.
Oh, we're so excited to get started. It's all about layering. And can we walk up to our lovely Allie?
Yes.
Because layering coats, I never heard of this.
That's an awesome thing about this. So we have the classic
very
trench
chic.
from Mango, and then we just took a bomber jacket and we put it on top to give it a more contemporary look. We're talking about $99. This, I think, is like $129. And then the proportions, we paired it with the skirt from Aritzia.
I love that.
And so it's playing with proportions. You have layering and proportions all in one.
And the cute boots.
And the boots,
And,
everything.
by the way, Allie is gorgeous. Do you like this layered look?
I do. It's unexpected.
Yeah.
I would never have thought to layer in this order, but I'm into it.
It's cool, right?
Yep,
Yes, everything looks good on Nellie, so keep that in mind.
Okay,
while you're
time
shopping.
to spin. Time to spin.
We're just gonna
Oh,
whoa. There we go.
Okay.
Normal. Totally normal. We got Brianna here.
Hi, Brianna.
Hi. So what's Brianna
What's
sporting?
this trend?
So the shearling trend will never leave.
Okay. Yes.
But the really great thing about this is cropped. It's from H&M. It's $76.
Oh.
The styling tip is always don't zip it all the way up. Like keep it down so you can actually see the outfit.
Yeah, I love that.
You know what I mean? And then you have this awesome denim dress. This is from Madewell. It's a quintessential fall dress. So I feel like she's ready to go anywhere, meet her friends, go to brunch, blah, 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 you know.
So you're into the long denim. That seems like
Denim
part of
is
what
really
you're
in
into.
this year.
I'm always into denim, but especially for fall, I feel like this is a great way to play with skirts, with actual
Okay.
dresses.
By the way, look
and
at your jeans, too. They're fab.
I know.
You are fab.
You're gorgeous. Okay, time to spin.
Time to spin. Now we're moving. Bye, Brianna. We got Claggett, Sarah Claggett
Sarah,
in the house.
look at that.
Oh, I love that.
Chic, furry
Yeah.
fur.
So with Sarah, this is called the Teddy. This is from Uniqlo. It's less than $90.
I like
the
that.
real great thing about this is, again, going to those styling tips is taking, taking your sleeves, rolling it up.
Rolling it up. That's
so
part of
it becomes part of the outfit. But you could wear it with jeans. You could wear it like a skirt. Another thing is if you feel like you're having a really bad outfit day, this becomes a focal
fashion
piece. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
You put it on, you hide everything under. You can go, again, like soccer practice, all that stuff. She looks chic. The Teddy will never go.
I was going to say, she looks chic always,
Yes,
but
yes.
this is so good on
Even
you.
more today.
Yeah. All right, shall we spin?
Hold on, everybody.
We're spinning.
Okay, Nikki's got a cute coat on.
Hi, Nikki. Hi.
So
How are you?
Nikki is on the go. She's a mom. She's a superwoman. And here's the thing with this kind of like wool coat is it creates a silhouette. So you can see like with the pockets, it opens up a bit. Again, you can wear anything under it. If you want to zhuzh it up a bit, throw a brooch on, keep it like cute. You could take it off no matter what. Cinch it in, you get more of a waist. And then you could also just wear it out. But we love that silhouetted look.
So this classic.
Yeah.
I
wool coat
love
is
that.
it.
That looks
Classic
really
wool.
cute. Thank you,
look
Nikki.
beautiful. All right, one last spin.
Jovan.
Jovan, okay, this is puffy and quilted trend.
Oops. Like, should I go on?
Yeah.
So with the puffy and quilted trend, like puffers sometimes can be a little too much. So essentially what we did here, this is from Uniqlo 150. It has the plaid
Which is really
pattern,
warm.
but
Yeah.
it's also thin.
Uniqlo
Feel how
150
thin
is
it
supposed to be really warm.
I love that.
Right, but it's warm, but it's thin. It doesn't
So it's
bulk
easy
you
to
up.
pack.
It's easy to pack. Also,
I like
just
it.
throw on a belt
Gorgeous.
to
Give the
again,
waist,
give
yeah.
a waist, give another silhouette. A belt is always a great accessory, no matter what coat, to change it up a bit. But this is great. This is flawless. This is easy. And then that classic fall boot.
I feel like this is a great jacket for day to night.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that? Is it cozy?
Yep.
Not too hot.
No, it's really not. It's feels
Comfortable.
really good. Yeah.
Right? Lovely.
Awesome. These were all great
Thank
picks.
you, Rajni.
And
You're
unique.
incredible. Okay, to check out these fall coats, head to today.com/shop.
Yeah, we'll be back right after this. That was cute, y'all. right, big news. A new episode of the Read with Jenna podcast. It dropped today. Listen to it.
Oh, yeah, it has Ruth Simmons. She's amazing. Listen, you have to scan the QR code or search for Read with Jenna wherever you get podcasts. Tomorrow, y'all, we got Chelsea Handler.
She's funny.
We love her.
He's a co-captain of the Eagles, an icon in the city of Philadelphia,
My favorite Eagle in my lifetime.
and a loving husband and father of 3 girls at home.
Be careful with your slipper. Higher?
Now Jason Kelce is also the star of the new documentary Kelce, streaming on Amazon Prime Video.
I thought Kelce was at the end of his career. This guy's the best center in the league.
We tried to be as organic as possible, as authentic as possible, really let people into our lives and our heads and kind of everything that happens through the course of an NFL season.
A season that ultimately ended just a few minutes and points short of a Super Bowl win for the Eagles and their star center.
I've been contemplating retirement for a number of years, and I thought it'd be interesting to follow a player going into that. Feels like all of the post-career documentaries are really done after the story's told, and having watched a lot of my former teammates go through it, I thought it would be interesting to capture it all on film.
I think for a lot of people, a retirement is just a post on Instagram or a tweet. That's how it's presented, the outside world. And I think to be able to see what unfolds prior to that social media post now, it's an interesting thing to get an inside look at. I think it's very humbling to be able to see it back, but also to just be there for the battle of it.
If this is my last year, I don't want it to be bad. I want to go out with a good season and a good team.
When you started filming, you didn't know how this would end.
No, I still don't know how it's going to end.
Kelce ultimately did opt to return for a 13th season, but that decision came after a Super Bowl matchup for the history books, squaring off against his brother Travis and the Kansas City Chiefs. As the country fell in love with the Kelce brothers, their mom Donna became a fan favorite.
I think I've been in the league for 13 years, and Mom did more endorsement deals in 2 weeks than I did my whole career. So, no, I mean...
She earned it.
I think she's a down-to-earth person that people connect with, and it was fun to see her get that national spotlight and be a representative for a lot of guys' moms.
Just before a new season kicked off, we caught up with Donna.
How do you describe that Super Bowl experience?
Oh man, it was really surreal. It was just a wonderful thing. I don't think I would have ever have imagined that it could have happened, and it's just a wonderful thing for the family to be able to do together.
What would it take for this season to top last?
Oh, definitely another Kelce Bowl.
What do you guys think about that?
But along with the highs, the documentary shows in intimate moments how the spotlight affects Kelce and his loved ones.
I don't think that people realize the beating you're taking then impacts the way that you interact with your family.
Sometimes it's just sheer exhaustion. There have been a number of times where we've explained that Dad can't sit on the floor for that long. So there's approximately a 10-minute timer for on the floor games until Jason's butt has to make it to the couch, a soft surface.
It's hard to play in the NFL. It really is. Not only is it hard physically, and it's getting harder physically the older you get, it's hard mentally, and it's hard with the amount of time that it takes to do it properly and to do it well. It's hard to get up for practice and be there day in, day out.
I will say that when it's a winning season, it's a lot different. I give the example last year towards the end of the season, he got out of bed one day, it was after a game day, and he was hobbling across the room. And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Is it your ankle? Is it your knee?" And he said, "I don't know what you mean." And I said, "Well, you're hobbling." And he was like, "Oh, I didn't even notice." And so in a season where it might not be going as well, I feel like the aches and pains hurt a lot more that is really difficult to watch. So outside of just wanting him to be successful, their team to be successful, and as an Eagles fan, the Eagles to be successful, ultimately to hear that his aches and pains aren't quite hurting as terribly is a little bit of a relief, but it's a long season. It's a lot of time in the off season preparing for the season. So even that preparation is a massive commitment. And I think the fact that he keeps having a moment a month really after the season ends of, well, I really think I want to do that again, or I'm not ready to walk away, is ultimately his choice. And every time we have the conversation, which has been quite a few times now, it's just been whatever you choose, we'll be here and we'll do what we've done.
Jason and his wife Kylie have a classic love story for their generation. They met on Tinder. Now married for 6 years, they have 3 daughters, Wyatt, Elliot, and their youngest Bennett, who was born just a few days after the Super Bowl.
I was definitely rooting for it to happen at the Super Bowl.
1,000% he
For
was.
sure.
You were not.
No. I was crossing my legs and fingers, trying not to let anything happen.
But with the success of the season came new exciting opportunities and challenges. 1 week after Bennett arrived, Jason joined his younger brother Travis in New York as he hosted SNL.
How's the day going? Just fine? Love you, Ellie. See you, Kai. Oh, that went great. Yeah, not up for Dad of the Year right now. Or Husband of the Year.
When you guys are on the phone and you're at Saturday Night Live,
Yeah.
the relatability was there 100%.
I really felt like I appropriately iced him. Anyone who has been around someone who's given birth or given birth themselves, I think, knows how the amnesia kicks in. So I didn't really remember having that phone call, but watching it back, I thought, yeah, feel that.
Yeah. I did.
What is the secret to making it work?
We do our absolute best to communicate with each other.
We're the most important thing in both of our lives, and like everything else takes a back seat.
I'm curious, Kylie, you've been so open, on social media and whatnot. Why is it important to you to make sure people have a realistic understanding of what it's like to be married to a professional athlete?
I think there is a population of women who are married to, dating, engaged to individuals who play in the NFL or other professional sports that really enjoy indulging in the finer things in life. And that's not necessarily how I was raised or what I enjoy. So I think that staying authentic to that, and it has just been easy to portray that because it's how our house is and how I am.
Can you even imagine this life, these kids doing all that you do without the superwoman that Kylie is by your side for all of this? Would just sing her praises, go nuts.
Of course not. We were talking earlier about when I watched the documentary, what am I seeing? And a lot of these things are, when I'm at work or at a game, that Kylie's taking care of the girls and you're appreciative and that she's getting everything in a row to come to the games, but also just be there for me. But seeing it on the documentary, it's like a whole nother level of it. And I think that Kylie does such an unbelievable job of keeping the household whole and making sure the girls are taken care of, making sure I'm taken care of.
The way we've sort of functioned is that family decisions, family things, for the most part, I think function independently from his occupation. So our family will continue to function the same way, where we'll make it work. Yeah. And accommodate schedules and things like that. But we're excited to know that for right now, unless anything crazy changes, that we're settled here and we know sort of what we have going on here with raising the family.
Kylie keeps me sane in a lot of regards, and Like, she's the one person that I talk to about everything that's happening. She's way smarter than me. So anything I get the...
It's only because he gets hit in the head.
Yeah, she's got great instincts, and everything I do, everything we do, we talk to each other about, and I think we have the utmost respect and admiration for each other, and we're open and honest, and I think that just helps you be more confident in anything you're doing.
Where does Jason the football player end and Jason the dad begin?
Well, I'm always Jason the dad, so that doesn't end. And I mean, for right now, I'm Jason the football player. I don't think I like separate home and work that much. I try to be involved everywhere. You know what I mean? So, Jason the football player is going to end one day for sure. But right now, I'm still that. And when you're at work or when you're out on the field, you can only be one place at a time. And I try to be only one place at a time when I'm with the girls, even though that is hard at times when you're thinking about a million different things. But we find a way to get it done for sure.
And I'm sure that it doesn't hurt that the girls are always ecstatic to see him. You can see it when he enters the house, even if it's a rough day at work, the switch flips. And he definitely sort of lets a little bit go more quickly, just so that he can interact with the girls and be happy with them. And
their smiles alone, doesn't matter what you're going through.
What's left to accomplish on the football field?
I don't know. I don't really think of the accomplishments. I think I just enjoy the process. I enjoy being with my teammates. I enjoy game planning, going into the game, even though it's chaos and there's going to be points where it's miserable because it's not going well. All of these things keep you alive. They keep you going. They keep adrenaline pumping. The fun part is the journey and going through it with a bunch of guys and like-minded people.
And a partner like this one.
No doubt, yeah.
How important is it to you to share some of these experiences with your girls while you are still playing?
Yeah, huge. And, I don't know how much they're going to remember. Wyatt, hopefully now she's about to turn 4, so she'll have a little bit of memory of these things when she's older. But even just the pictures and having them for me, these are moments that they're going to be gone, and I want to make sure that we have pictures and that the people that we care about most are there with us. And I think it's probably more for me than it is even for them at this point, or us.
I mean, they're his biggest fans because they appreciate him for sitting down at bedtime and reading books or doing puzzles on the floor. When home feels that good, it's easy to go out into the world and be like, I got this.
Dwayne Wade, D-Wade, Flash. Winner of 3 championships, member of 13 All-Star teams, selected as one of the NBA's greatest 75 players ever. Now, the 41-year-old is a member of the Hall of Fame.
I mean, let's just start at where we are now, because as we sit here, Dwayne Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Just one more time. Can you say that again?
As we sit here, Dwayne Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
When you got the call, what'd you think?
It became real
Yeah.
when I got the call, and all the memories come back, like everything that you've been through. The moments you wanted to quit, your family, the greatest players that, your favorite players that you've watched have these careers that walked into the Hall of Fame, everything rushed back. But ultimately, I was just like, are y'all sure y'all got the right number?
Oh, stop.
Y'all
You
sure?
knew you would be first ballot.
I mean, I thought I put a career together that will put me in a place where I could be first ballot, but it's still different when you get that call. It doesn't matter for me. I'm still that kid from Chicago, Illinois, from the inner city.
Wade's drive shaped in part by his early years on the south side of Chicago. He played at Marquette before being drafted by the Miami Heat in 2003. Now, he's a member of a new class, alongside NBA players Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, and Paul Gasol.
It's an honor to obviously go into the Hall of Fame, but to go in with Dirk, to go in with Paul Gasol. I mean, the class that you're going in with.
Incredible, bro.
That's some serious company.
Yeah.
Have you stepped back and thought about that part of the story?
Yeah, because it just makes sense. When I first started playing the game of basketball, I remember I came home one day. I had a big game. I had like 20, 25 for me at that time, and my dad was not impressed. And then I came home another time and I had like 10 points. I had like 10 rebounds. I had like 9 steals, 7 blocks. Like I had a full stat sheet, right?
Yeah.
And my dad was impressed. And he was like, this is how you play the game. It's not about your individual stats. It's about what you're doing to impact the game and what you're doing for your team. This is a team sport. And I never forgot that. And so to be able to go through my career and everything I did, the sacrifice I made was for the team. It was always bigger than me. And now I'm a part of this team. This is one of the greatest Hall of Fame classes ever. And what a way to end my career, to be a part of one of the greatest teams ever to go into the Hall of Fame.
Speaking of teams, you played on some legendary ones. 3 championships, but with different squads. Is there a team looking back that you would put up against any other team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, 2012 Miami Heat championship team. We're some bad boys. And the reason we were, because we felt that loss in 2011. We got that humble pie in our face, and that next year, just our mentality, our focus, our team unity, was what you need to be in a sense like a dynasty. That's how dynasties have to feel, and they do it year after year. And so, but 2012 with that dude number 6 on that wing, and that dude number 3 on that wing, and that dude number 1, and so forth and so on. Some bad boys.
That was a hell of a squad. You've also played with some of the greats. Not to get you in any trouble. Favorite teammate?
Udonis Haslem.
Really?
Hands down.
Hands down?
Yeah.
Why?
We learned everything together. From, when I came in my first year as the 5th pick, and, he came in as someone who I watched make the team, And for 15 years, all the success, all the culture, all the things we talk about in Miami, we held that up. And we was a part of, of building a lot of that together. I do not have the success I've had today without Udonis Haslem. And, I've had a lot of great teammates along the way, but no one protected me like you did. You couldn't mess with me. Could nobody mess with me, and no one understood me and read me and knew how to approach me and deal with me like you did, man. And so, I'm a firm believer. Yes, I'm here. And yes, my name will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I'm not here by myself. And we all going in the Hall of Fame together. So, UD.
Are there moments from your career that stand out to you? Like you play them back in your mind?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, the Chicago Bulls, the game winner, right? Jumped on the table. This is my house. That one plays over and over. The game winner in the Garden, my second year. plays over and over. Hitting the game winning, if you ain't ever hit a game winning garden before, to silence the garden is one of the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard in my life. The dunk on Fairchild.
Oh, yes.
The dunk on Perkins.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Were you at all surprised when a few days ago Pat Riley said D. Wade is the greatest player in the history of the Miami Heat? And there have been some other great players who played for the Heat.
Yeah, a lot.
Were you surprised when you heard that?
Absolutely not. I am.
Man, you own it.
Yeah, I own it. I work for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I put 15 years of blood, sweat, and all the tears and everything into it. It's a lot of great players that's come through Miami. It would be a lot of great players. And one day it would be someone else that would challenge it and they would say they're the greatest. But not today. Today is me.
Wade retired from the game in 2019. Since then, he's focused on charity work and various business ventures.
A couple years ago, you became part of an ownership group, part owner of Utah Jazz now.
Yes, sir.
How is that, being a part owner of a team, how has that changed your perspective?
It's changed my perspective a lot because it's a lot that you don't know. You know it from a player's perspective and a player's side. Getting a chance to get on the other side, you get to know the business, how the business actually works. And so now I'm getting a chance to be exposed to the business of the game that has done everything for me, but it's so much I don't know about it still. And so I'm able to get this knowledge and I'm able to take this knowledge elsewhere and pass it down and become a better businessman and become just better in everything I do by making sure that I understand a holistic approach of the game of basketball and not just master one side. I want to master it all.
There's not a lot of folks that look like us that are part of ownership groups of major sports teams.
Yeah.
How do you change that?
By being a part of ownership group. Obviously I'm not the majority owner, right? And so, we got to continue to, I think it's building a community together. We always talked about this. We don't do enough together. Our community is not built enough to where we have enough money to be the majority owner of, teams that are selling for $4 to $6 billion.
Right.
And so we got to continue to build our wealth and our economy, right? Before we can, be majority. But right now, I take minority because I'm able to get in there. I'm able to learn.
Wade says he's also learning a lot from his children. He shares a blended family with his wife. Actress Gabrielle Union. Wade's daughter Zaya came out as transgender in 2020. Since then, Wade and Union have been vocal advocates for LGBTQ plus rights.
How important is it for that to be a part of your legacy?
I didn't set out for it to be. It's important for me to support my family. It's important for me to support my daughter. And in the middle of doing that, I've become an ally to a community that I didn't know a lot about, that I've had to get educated, about. And it's been amazing for our family to go down the journey together, to get educated together. So this is not something that I thought I would, be an advocate for or an ally for. But it's something I'm so thankful. Like I said to my daughter all the time, I'm so thankful that I'm your father. I've learned so much about love. I've learned so much, just by sitting on my daughter's bed and talking to her for 3 hours, here and there. She educates me. And, my wife and I, we do the work. We show up. I go sit in classrooms, with kids that's a part of the queer community. And to hear them speak, they know themselves more than us adults. At 41, I'm still trying to find myself. They know themselves way more than us. And it's incredible to hear. And so, man, I'm super thankful for the exposure that I've had. I mean, it's all because of my daughter.
Your entire family is here for the induction. Mom's here, Gabrielle, everybody's here.
Yeah.
When you look out and you see them tomorrow, when you give the speech, what are you going to be thinking about?
Just the impact that they all have had on me. You know what I mean? They've all have done something to help me get on that stage. And, you know, I'm so thankful for my village. And I say I've been gifted with a lot of gifts. But the one gift that I got is I've had good people put around me. And it's not everybody can't say that. I have people who have wanted the best for me, even when I couldn't see it. And so, man, I'm so thankful for my village, you know, because you know how it goes in this world, Craig. The higher you go up, that fall is down there waiting on you. And my village they got pillows, they got blankets, they got sleep number beds, they got everything waiting on me to fall to catch me. And I need that, you know. And also, too, they tell me the real. They tell me how it is. And so I wouldn't be here without my village.
Any regrets looking back on the career at all?
And you always gonna have something you want to get back.
Yeah.
You know, but overall, I'm happy with my career. How can I not be?
You're going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So I don't got no regrets of my career. Yeah. Do I want moments back? Yeah, I want moments back. We all do, but I have no regrets. I feel that with the tools that I had from a standpoint as a young man being thrust into this world, I feel I did the best I could. You know, with everything where I come from, and then this world was totally different. I think I did the best I could with trying to be a community leader, trying to be the best father I can be, trying to be the best man I can be. But on the court, you know, I gave everything that I had to the game. I mean, I gave my knees to the game. I have nothing left in these things. And so I gave everything. I gave my heart every night. So I have no regrets, man. You know?
What do you want people to take away from the Dwyane Wade story so far?
Man, I don't know, man. I think, you know, I want people to see me as real. I'm a real individual who deal with real life situations in front of the world, you know, and not perfect. Not perfect at all. Please don't look at me as perfect. But look at me as real. Look at me as a real human being that are dealing with real human experiences. And hopefully someone can grab some inspiration and some aspiration from the things that I've done. Just like I did from MJ, just like I did from AI, just like I did from Magic, just like we have from Barack, right? Like these people who do things that are unconventional. We grab inspiration from them. So I want people to grab inspiration from unconventional Dwyane Wade.
What do you want them to say about the way you played the game?
That I gave my all to it. And at the end of the day, my all in to me, 13 All-Stars, 3 championships, top 75, Hall of Fame, and so forth and so on. You can't take it from me. I did it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We want them to focus and try to build on positive performance and not focus so much on the bad things that happen, because we're all going to have bad things that happen. But our ability to overcome those negatives is going to go a long way in helping us be successful.
Coach Nick Saban knows what it takes to be a champion. Throughout his historic 42-year college coaching career, 16 seasons at Alabama, he's produced more NFL first-round draft picks than any other college coach. Quarterback Bryce Young won the Heisman Trophy as a sophomore. Fans are looking to him to deliver another championship. For Nick Saban to get his players to that level, the work doesn't just take place on the field. We sat down with him to talk about his work behind the scenes.
First of all, thank you for doing this, sitting down with us. We really appreciate it. I wonder, and just going back and thinking about your career as a football coach, was there a moment when you thought, we really need to start talking about mental health in a much more open way than we do with our athletes?
Well, I think it started back for me when I was actually going to graduate school. And I got had a concentration in sports psychology. So I've always had an interest. And therefore, it's been probably 25 years ago, before there was a lot of attention given to mental health, that we were actually trying to provide services for players who may have had some kind of a mental health issue to whatever degree.
How have you seen players' willingness to talk about it change over the years?
Well, I think that in the beginning, a lot of times when we would make suggestions to players that we would like for you to talk to our psychiatrist or sports psychologist, there was kind of a negative sort of reaction to that. Like, you think something's wrong with me? Is that why you want me to do this? And so sometimes it took a little bit of convincing that this was something that I do on a regular basis and talking to somebody to try to help my psychological disposition to be successful, to not have issues that will be impediments to me being able to do things the way I'd like to do them. So more recently, I think players have been more forthcoming in terms of sharing what their issues might be, which has been better because we can accommodate them because we have the resources to do that. You know, a whole mental health, service here available to the players.
How important is that moment when a player gets injured and they're looking at missing games or even missing a season? How important is that moment for trainers to step in and say, this is about whatever your injury is, but it's also about where your head may be?
Well, I think that, first of all, we live in sort of a result-oriented world. And, people create a lot of anxiety for themselves by thinking about what they want in the future. Simple example for a football player would be, I want to play in the NFL someday. So if that's what they focus on, they create a lot of anxiety on a day-to-day basis because they're thinking of the result. They're thinking of the outcome. Where if you can get players to focus on what does it take to get the outcome and let that be their focus, then when they have issues like an injury, we try to get our players to look at the injuries as this is just a setback. This is an opportunity for you to overcome adversity. How you manage setbacks is also very important to how successful you're going to be. And sometimes they do need help in terms of how do we manage this.
Mm-hmm. You talk about anxiety, but it's also a conversation about pressure too. And all college athletes face pressure, perhaps no college athlete more than the football player here at Alabama. How do you have a conversation with them in managing that pressure?
Pressure is kind of self-inflicted, and it's self-inflicted because you're focused on results. We want to focus on winning a championship. Or do you want to focus on what do I have to do each day to be able to be a champion so we'll have a chance to win a championship? There's a lot less anxiety in the second approach. A lot more anxiety when you're worrying about what's going to happen in the future. So that's how we try to do it. And we want all the people here to be the best that they're capable of being as a person, as a student, and as a player.
And that's a conversation even before the bad things happen that you're having with players.
Absolutely, all the time, because we want to be process-oriented. And everything that we do here is process-oriented. You told me that you went around this building, and it was an amazing building. But there's no signs up that says win the national championship. There's no signs up that say win the SEC championship. There is a sign up that says be a champion. So we're trying to, even philosophically, get guys to focus on a culture of what do you have to do to be successful at what you want to do.
How tough is it to get that message through when you are perhaps an athlete like Bryce, who's now had this incredible season, who has the Heisman? The expectations are through the roof for him. How do you bring him back down to the ground?
Well, I think, when you talk about expectations, you're talking about outcomes. And again, the best thing Bryce can do is focus on a day-to-day basis on what do I have to do to play well? What do I have to do to play to my best of my capabilities? And what everybody else thinks and all the external noise that's created out there, which create expectations, we try to get not to impact a player because that's just going to create a lot of anxiety for you. I mean, we've all been through that. When you walk into a room and you have an expectation and everybody has an expectation for you and you don't have focus on what you're supposed to do, it really can be a problem.
A decade ago, players didn't have to deal with social media the way that they deal with it now, and college athletes just in general. How has that changed the dynamic when it comes to mental health for your players?
I think it, from our standpoint, is, you want to be satisfied with yourself. Are you satisfied that you did your best to be the best you could be at what you're choosing to do? What's important to you? And how do I have to edit my behavior to be able to do that? Or am I getting all my positive self-gratification from what everybody else thinks? And if that's the case, then, maybe it's more difficult for me, because it really should be about how do I feel about myself? Do I know I'm being the best that I can be? I'm making good choices and decisions that's going to help me do the things I need to do? Or am I just getting self-gratification from what everybody else thinks, positive or negative? And how do those things affect my performance?
I mean, a player for this team, when something goes bad on the field, it's not just a couple of people. I mean, they have hundreds or thousands of people in their DMs telling them pretty hateful things. What effect does that have?
Well, I'm sure it doesn't have a positive effect, but I think, again, you have to go back to being technical. Okay, why did this happen, and what can I do to fix it? Rather than being so focused on the criticism or what everybody else thinks, because you control your thoughts, you control your feelings, you control what you say, you control what you do. So the more we can get players to focus on that, I think the better chance they have to be able to have success as well as overcome adversity. I tell players all the time, if you're going to be a great competitor, you're going to have to be able to overcome adversity. There can be no great victories in life unless there's adversity, because that's what makes it a great victory. So your ability to manage that is very important for you to be successful.
When you talk about adversity, do you talk about the challenges that they may have and kind of put mental health in that same basket on the same level as the other things that they may face?
No question. There's so many guys that have issues that are created by some expectation that they have, and their inability to focus on what they need to do to be able to fulfill the expectations that they have. You know, like we have players on our team that instead of being focused on being the best player they can be and control what they can control, they're looking over their shoulder at how am I doing versus the next guy.
You know, Coach, you've talked a lot about performance, and everyone knows you're a guy who likes to win. But the stories that I've been hearing today, it's about more than just performance. It sounds like you care about these players.
No, there's no question. Our whole goal here is a player going to be more successful in life because he was involved in the program? That's what kind of person is he? What kind of character does he have? Does he succeed in developing a career off the field by how he does in school? And if his goal is to develop a career as a football player, you know, how are we helping him do that? But I think athletics offers a lot of lessons of life, whether it's hard work, perseverance, ability to overcome adversity, pride in performance. You know, all these things are things that I don't care what you choose to do, they would be things that are necessary to be able to do to have success.
How tough is it for a player who doesn't go to the NFL after coming from this program, or a player who gets injured and no longer plays again? How do you prepare a player for that kind of disappointment?
I don't know that there's any way to maybe prepare them for it. You know, we all have things that are disappointing. And as much as we can help players be able to deal with those things, and I'm a coach, but we have people who are psychiatrists, we have people who are psychologists, we have a lot of mental health experts that we've used for a long, long time that are much better at doing this or helping us be able to know how to do it. I think that's been one of the biggest things with our mental health is they tell us the best way that we can manage a player in terms of helping him be successful based on his personality type and some of the issues that they have. And one size doesn't fit all in how you approach people. So not having that information, not having mental health services, we may not ever know that. So that's been very beneficial through the years in terms of helping us help people.
You sort of see it for student athletes kind of across the board as they come in with this expectation that they're going to be perfect. And I wonder if you've noticed that change over the years. Has it become more intense for student athletes in this country?
I think probably because there's more attention. Social media has probably done something to do that. I think because we have all those things, sometimes these expectations are created externally, maybe not internally. So you feel like you have to live up to something. I had a player years ago. I was actually in Julio Jones's class, and Julio Jones is starting in the first game. The other guy's still a 13 guy. He comes to me before the first game, and he says, "Coach, I'm really frustrated that I'm still 13. And I said, "Well, who are you better than?" And he says, "Well, I'm not really better than anybody." And I said, "Well, what are you frustrated about?" He says, "Everybody thinks I should be playing." So to your point, that's a perfect example of external expectations impacting someone's frustration in terms of their ability to stay focused on the things that they need to do to improve.
But do you think that we've kind of lost the plot a little bit when it comes to the intensity that we drive in children in this country and sports? Is there a philosophy around children and athletics that has changed in this country that is potentially tough when it comes to mental health?
I think specialization has created that.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, I always tell guys, when you're in high school, do everything you want to do. People think I got to focus on being a football player from the time I'm in the 9th grade. But I like playing baseball, I like playing basketball, I like playing, hockey, whatever it is. You should do all those things. But we tend to specialize when someone's 11 years old and they're good at something. We're going to make them be a professional golfer. We're going to make them be a professional tennis player. So
what does that do?
Well, I think it can potentially burn people out,
yeah.
At a young age, because now they feel this pressure and expectation that they have to work so hard at trying to do something that can become a real grind. I think you should, sort of enjoy things until you figure out, what do I really want to be?
And should parents in this country reflect on that too?
I think so, and I think that we need to be careful about how we push people at a young age, especially before they've had the opportunity to have the experiences to decide for themselves exactly, what do I want to make this huge commitment to?
What lessons do you think other universities can take from your experience here in Alabama when it comes to mental health?
Well, I think we've done this for a long time. Maybe it was just me thinking that I need help. I need help understanding the relationships that I want to be able to develop with players. So I need to know who those players are. And sometimes that's difficult for me to figure out with guys coming from all kinds of different socioeconomic backgrounds and all those things, that we want to help them from here to get to a very good place. So we've done this for years, but I would recommend that everybody have psychiatrists, sports psychologists, people in mental health areas to be able to help their student athletes be the best version of themselves personally, academically, and athletically. I think it's a tremendous advantage to helping people.
Is it tough to get these big, tough, super successful football players to talk about touchy-feely stuff?
I don't think it's as difficult now as it used to be, because I don't think the players really look at it as I have something wrong with me. They look at it more like, maybe I could use the help. And it's always good to emphasize with people, take help when help is there to be given. It's not a bad thing.
Senior defensive lineman DJ Dale asked for help after experiencing a season-ending knee injury.
I was depressed and I didn't even know it. Well, I knew it, but I didn't want to admit it to myself.
Dale went to Coach Saban.
He told me that he appreciated me and that he knew I was a tough player. And I didn't want him to think that I was weak or turning my back against the team, but it was the complete opposite.
He's back on the field now, but studies show injuries can trigger depression and other emotional responses, like changes in appetite and lack of motivation in athletes. Dr. Brett McCabe worked with Dale. He's the university's sports psychologist. He's part of a team of more than 20 trained behavioral health professionals at Alabama.
There's so many wonderful stories of college athletes that have gone on to, been prominent surgeons, attorneys, business owners, philanthropists, and everything. And those are the stories I love to hear, because when the lights turn off, our fans move on to the next generation of players. But these players are still coming back, and they've got their business, their life, their families that are going on, and we want to make sure they're balanced.
The transition into college can be overwhelming for any student. And for athletes arriving at the University of Alabama, there's an added pressure.
What is it like showing up as a freshman at this football program and playing in that stadium for the first time?
It's surreal. Getting here was a big culture change, and just seeing how much people care about football. You come out of the locker room, you get to hear the 100,000 plus people. You see the lights when it's a night game, stuff like that. It's surreal. I can't even describe it.
To help athletes adjust to the spotlight, Dr. McCabe works with students from the outset of their college career.
How do you start talking to them about mental health, and what's your message to an athlete who shows up here who's doing fine, but who is going to face challenges they've never dealt with before?
I think 5 or 6 years ago, when I would give a talk on mental health, I may have one or two guys break away on the football team. One or two guys break away and come see me and say, hey, can I come see you later? Now when I give that talk, there'll be 30, 40. Because I really think, because of the messaging that we're finding across the country where athletes are sharing, and I give a ton of credit to the Players Tribune, the website, where players can own the story. If Michael Phelps or Simone Biles or Serena Williams or Kevin Love or DeMar DeRozan, anybody like that is sharing their own story, then that means that what I'm feeling is not abnormal. As a society, mental health is who we are. Our mental wellness is on point. It's being tested every single day, particularly in the stresses of today's world.
And out here, tested in a way that most human beings aren't tested, right?
Correct. You have a college athlete who's 19 years of age, goes out there, does everything he can, or she does, and gets beaten in their sport on a play, and a fan sends them a message, a DM, and is angry because of what they invested in their ticket, their fandom. And now they don't understand that 19, 20-year-old is still 19 or 20 and really doesn't have the life experiences to understand all the different factors. Everything in our athletes' world right now is under a microscope, and everything's evaluated.
And how do they manage that? What is your message to them in those moments?
You need to help them understand that there's an inside game and an outside game. The outside game we can't control. We can't control what fans say, media. All you can control is what you do in the moments that you can control, right? How do you prepare? How do you get ready? And if we can focus them on learning and growing, for some reason in our world, we have this idea that the next challenge is the definer of all of our future challenges. And so for them, they sit there and they're like, well, I got this next challenge. This is the next thing. And yet they forget how far they've come and how much growth that they've developed. You can watch the maturation of our athletes here over the years that they're at the University of Alabama. And it's remarkable. It's a remarkable progression that you see as we get them ready for life outside of here.
Has the pressure changed on a student athlete in, say, the last 10 years? And is it harder for them today? It seems like it is.
I think the standards and expectations that we have for athletes is much higher than we've ever seen. It used to be that underclassmen were never even considered for the Heisman Trophy, and then Johnny Manziel wins it, who was in his first year of playing, really a significant role. So now that becomes the standard. If you have to take 3 or 4 years, are you behind the curve, right? In theory. I think it also drives into the nature of who we are as people, is that we're perfectionists, right? People great at their craft are perfectionists by nature. So that pressure is an internal drive. A lot of times it's really not what we do outside. Our standards have been the same from the very beginning. The difference is that our kids are coming in with more pressure, more standards to perform, and more expectations from the world around them.
And it's not just football.
It's everything.
You know, when we talk about mental health, our priority in the conversation generally is about students coming forward, you know, having this open environment so they can talk about it. What is the responsibility of our society and the adults in creating this atmosphere, and what do we need to do about it?
I think we got to open the dialogue in a much faster and proactive manner. We need to look for early warning signs. We need to understand that anxiety, depression gets a lot of attention, but anxiety is working behind the scenes in a much stronger way. I see anxiety rates that I've never seen before. We need to normalize the search for personal development and self-reflection and not see it as a negative, right? We have terrible mental health coverage in this country, and it's very hard to find care for the general public, right?
But don't we, I'm just stopping here saying, don't we also have to have a conversation about dialing down the pressure on student athletes, whether it comes from parents or coaches or just adults in general?
I think, I don't know if that's a battle we can actually win, though, because I think it kind of runs away on its own. What we need to do is better equip the tools of the people that are in those environments. Coaches self-disclosing themselves and coming forward and saying, you know, I see somebody and I work on this myself. That's the best way to model this. We can't change what the world demands of us, but what we can do is better equip ourselves for the tools of how we face those demands.
Our relationship in this country to sports has changed, especially when it comes to kids. Sports are really serious, and it starts at a really young age. Do we have to start having a conversation about changing that?
We need to focus on the kids that are different maturation levels, different developmental levels, and understand that every kid that shows up to the sport event is bringing different baggage with them. And we need to connect to them. I think it comes down to the organizations. I think the organizations need to get better resources, train better coaches, get more people involved.
How about the parents?
100%. But parents, they love their kids so much they're crushing them. But at the same time, it's hard to not give them everything that's available to them, right? And demand a lot for them. But we have to create balance. Whether a kid succeeds or struggles on the field, our behavior must never be connected to their athletic performance. That's the first place to start.
When you have tough conversations with athletes and they talk about their parents, what are you hearing from them?
They don't want to disappoint them. That's primary. And as parents, we need to remember to give them that sometimes and let them know it's okay to not be okay. And sometimes all you have to do is send a text to your kid and just say, thinking of you, love you. And that goes a long way.
What are the lessons that other schools can learn from Alabama?
I think there's a couple facets. One is we see Coach Saban and the pioneering leadership that he's had. There's also some great individuals that are pushing the initiatives too. Our athletic trainers here are the primary point people for our athletes. They are trained on how to focus on the mental health. This is not a mind versus body. This is a fully holistic approach. And we need to empower more athletic trainers to continue to take that role and believing they're part of that role.
And on that note, I mean, an injury can be one of the most significant events that happens to a player's mental health, right?
Yep.
Detrimental.
When an athlete is injured, now they're taking away their comfort and their coping mechanisms, and now they're standing on the sidelines where somebody's replacing them and moving on. And so while they're cheering for the team, there's still that self-loss sometimes of, oh my gosh, they're going on without me. And so our athletic trainers, our sports medicine professionals, our teams are all integrated. And I give a lot of credit to our surgeons and our medical staff too, because instead of waiting for a problem, I'm involved from the minute that they have, they're coming out of recovery or sometimes even prep for surgery to identify what the stresses are going to be, what are the worries, where are their coping mechanisms, who do they trust, who are the people around them, and how do we build that support to help them through that period of time.
Thank you for your time. This is such a great conversation to be having.
All right, what was that like, the moment you officially became a Super Bowl champion?
It's overwhelming. I think about, when that happens in that moment, I'm just trying to enjoy my teammates, my coaches, all the guys that have put in all the time to get to that, moment. And then you start thinking back about all the years that, you've put into it to try to get to that point. And sometimes not knowing if that opportunity was ever going to come. And when it came, being able to succeed in that moment was pretty special.
It's been a few days now. Does it feel real?
Not yet. You know, we just had a team meeting and got to see everybody's face again, which is so cool. But, you know, I think maybe after the parade or something, it might feel a little bit better. It might feel a little bit different, but I'm enjoying the moment, trying to soak it all in, trying to figure it all out, to be honest.
What about for you, Kelly? Does it feel real?
I don't think we've slept enough for anything to feel real right now. But no, I think too, the parade will probably is when it's all gonna set in that he did it, and he is now gonna have a different kind of ring on his finger that he's wanted his whole life. So I think for sure this week, as we maybe in the next couple weeks too, as things start to settle down, you know, it'll really start hitting us in a way.
This was such a nail biter. I can't even imagine what it was like for you guys. I mean, for us, it was a nail biter, you know, going into that final play. Can you take me through that moment when, you know, you're watching the ball fly through the air, you know, and Cooper Kupp catches it? Take me back to that moment.
Yeah, you know, it was a little bit of a change of a play that we've been running, you know, throughout the week, practicing with really Odell being that guy, and Odell suffering that injury. So Coop, you know, we just ended up switching guys, and Coop went out there and when I saw man coverage, I knew it was going to be a good opportunity to get it done. And he ran such a great route. I was just able to throw it, and ball going in the air. I felt like I put it in a good spot. Just knew he was going to come down with it, and just so happy that, you know, we scored there. And then obviously our defense had to come out and make a big stop, which they've done all year. And I was so happy for them to succeed in that moment too.
You know what? I was watching you guys. So I'm from Kansas, and I remember coaching these little, you know, Pop Warner there were cheerleading squads to these football games, you know what I mean? And growing up, you know, football was king where I'm from. And I started to think in that moment of all of these communities like where I'm from, where football is it. And all of these little boys who they throw the ball, they catch. I mean, it's like one of those things where you just dream of that moment. And then there you are on that big stage. Do you guys ever think about that? I mean, for so many of you guys, for so many of these guys, they've been playing since they were this big. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. We don't think about it in the moment, you know, we're too focused on it, but those, you know, there's time to reflect and think back on it. And absolutely. I mean, I used to, you know, run outside in a fake Cowboys uniform, being in Dallas, you know, with the little plastic helmet on and go play football down the street with the kids in the street, and imagine myself making a play like we made, you know, on Sunday. So it's a really cool dream come true. A lot of hard work. So many people supported me along the way. So many people to thank and enjoy this with. It's a really cool experience.
Absolutely. We noticed on the field, you know, in the midst of the chaos after the game, I know you were searching for Joe Burrow. What was going through your mind?
You know, his future is so bright in this league. You know, his talent is so obvious, but I think his passion for his team and the way he plays the game is really special. So I just want to make sure I let him know that, you know, that I appreciated the way he played the game and what his future is going to hold.
I don't know if it's just that I'm in a different season in life or if it was apparent this year, but it really seemed like after it was all over, it was such a family affair. I mean, look, I was watching the game with my 2 10-year-olds and a 12-year-old. And then I noticed, you know, on the field, you got to celebrate with your 4 daughters. You know, this was actually, I saw Tyler's first game ever. Is that true? I mean, talk to me about how special of a moment, both of you guys, it was to be able to celebrate, you know, with your favorite girls.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I'll go first. For me, it was an unbelievable feeling. You know, I was celebrating with all my teammates and got to get up on that stage and watch Cooper win the MVP and, you know, Mr. Kroenke hoist the trophy and all that. But my favorite part was looking down and seeing them, you know, running towards me. And you know, that's something I'll never forget. And then getting to play in the confetti with them was so much fun.
Mom, what about for you?
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously the most enjoyable part of the game for me. My girls, you know, they're young, but they're starting to understand a little bit, you know, like why is everyone wearing daddy's jerseys, things of that nature. So when we went on that field, first we couldn't find them. And I had 3 of them starting to get a little upset that we couldn't find them. And finally, you know, he's standing up on that podium and I could not hold them from it. They were going to go get daddy, you know, hug him. It was, and the confetti, obviously any kid enjoys that. But that time, those memories, they'll be top memories for forever, probably. Watching him just be with them, throw the confetti, them hugging him. I think Hunty told him he was a prince at some point, saying, Daddy, you did it. You won this Super Bowl. And I was like, you don't even really know what that is, but I'm here for it. It's fine. So it was amazing and so deserved for Matthew. And I can't say that enough. So yeah, it was an unbelievable moment for our family.
I was going to ask you that. Do the kids really understand the magnitude, or what do they understand? What do you think?
You know what they understood? And I put this in there. I said, listen, if Daddy wins, we get to go to Disneyland. So immediately it mattered. They're like, oh my goodness. Okay, what do we need to do? They're like, we're going to cheer really loud. I was like, that's perfect. I think that'll help.
Kelly, how do you handle 4 kids under 5 on the field? Like, how do you even?
So that was kind of a wild time too, because they didn't allow anybody else on. When it came to, like, I couldn't bring Matthew's mom, anybody else. So thankfully, the NFL Films people helped me, which is somewhat embarrassing, but I was going to lose one for sure. I mean, with the confetti, everything going on, kids running around everywhere, they were bound to just like kind of peel off from me. So I had some hands that were unexpected hands, but they helped me through the whole process down there.
Everybody's talking about that photo of you, Kelly, crouched down during the post-game press conference, holding up your daughter. What were you thinking?
I don't know. I didn't want to be like awkwardly standing there holding. So I truly wanted Matthew to have this moment with his daughters. I know I was there kind of, but I don't know. I just thought this was the best scenario. I'm just going to duck. And that way I can try and like make them behave from beneath the boat. I don't know.
Wait, just FYI, that is the best thing ever.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. So Kelly, you wrote a letter to Matthew for him to read before the game.
Yes.
What did that letter say?
Oh man, Matthew, you want to chime in here? It was just basically how much I thought he truly deserved this and why I thought he deserved it. He tells me every time I say, you work so hard, you deserve it. He's like, every NFL player works hard. Everybody studies, everybody does all this, and puts in the work. And, but the difference for me, and I wanted him to know the difference that I see is, he just does it the right way. He works hard, yes, but he's also an incredible face of the franchise. Everyone loves and respects him through not only on the team, but the people that cut the grass at the practice facility, things of that nature. So that is what I wanted him to know. And in the end, that his daughter and I, the most important thing at the end of the day is that we all have each other. And win or lose, obviously a win's always better, but that's what's important in life. And he knows that. But just to reiterate it through a letter and know how proud I am of him, and that we'll be waiting for him after the game no matter what.
It's so sweet. Matthew, can you take me back to that moment? I mean, how does that work? Are you really, like, when do you open that letter? When are you reading it? Take me back to the moment.
Yeah, I got to pick and choose the time. I figured I needed to make sure it wasn't right before the game. I'd be a mess. So, no, it was, it's a special thing that she's done. And, they're always, she wrote me a letter really kind of before each playoff game this year for the first time. And they mean the world to me. I still have them. Gave me updates on what my girls were thinking and what she was thinking and how she felt. And, sometimes before the games, it feels like there's a long time. We get done with breakfast in the morning or whatever, and then, we've got a long time before we leave to go to the stadium, and to be able to, kind of reflect back and read those letters and talk and think about, what my family means to me, and before I go do something that I love to do, but, what really matters. It helps put things in perspective and let me go out there and play free.
Kelly, how beautiful is that? He'll have all these letters. Like, I think about, my grandparents and their love story and letters, and people don't write letters anymore. How sweet is that you'll have all of these,
Yeah. So you just have to keep track of them. Like we keep track of our 4 kids, which might be hard, but we'll do our best.
Let's take a look back for a little bit. I mean, you took a risk when you asked to get traded from the only team you knew, frankly, after, 12 seasons. Why did you feel like it was time to? of your comfort zone, if you will?
Yeah, a lot went into that. Obviously, I spent a lot of time, have so many great friends and people I care about. Obviously, care a lot about the Lions organization as well. But I wouldn't have done it if I didn't have support from Kelly and the kids and everybody. Just knowing it was going to be not only just me moving, football teams, but our entire team, back home, moving across the country, possibly, we didn't know. And it's a lot of unknowns. So just having their support meant the world to me, made it easier for me to go out there and make that decision. And then, the unknowns started happening and we made it here, and it's a whole lot of fun to be where we are right now.
Well, Kelly, I don't know the story, but I know you ended up kind of sealing the deal when you planned a trip to Cabo. Yeah. Did you ever think, I guess, that vacation would end up, leading to this Super Bowl moment? Or talk me through what happened there.
No, yeah, not at all. We were actually trying to get away from football because I saw how, uneasy Matthew was for the first time, not knowing where he would be come OTAs. So I told him, I was like, let's get out of here. Let's just go take a few days out of the snow. Let's go to some sunshine. We tried to go to the Bahamas. That was the hurricane had happened. So we ended up in Cabo. And one of the first people, we walk in, we go to the pool, and there is a large man standing there. And I'm like, he's a big dude. And it turned out to be Andrew Whitworth, who was obviously a player. Then we saw Drew Brees. We see all these people. And I'm like, this is definitely not getting away from football. This is diving right back into it. And then, Matthew and Sean met and, hit it off immediately, just started talking football. Then I found myself, getting cocktails because, that's a lot of football to be going from a season to that. So that's kind of where it started. And then it progressed quickly. I feel like the LA Rams weren't even on the radar when we went down there, and we flew home. Instead of going to Detroit, we went to LA because we had become an LA Ram while we were there.
Wow. It speaks volumes to me, Matthew. I have to tell you, I'm so impressed, if you will, with how your former teammates speak about you. I want to read some tweets. After the win, one tweeted, "That's my quarterback." Another wrote, "Anybody who played with Stafford knows he was Super Bowl caliber." What does it mean to you to have that kind of support? People immediately rallied around you. They support you. They still love you. What does that feel like for you?
It's awesome. It's a humbling feeling, knowing that, teammates are still supporting me. I know that I wouldn't be here without, every single one of those guys along the way. They're such huge parts of my career and my life. I love going to battle with each and every single one of those guys, whatever phase of football that was, whether it's high school, college, pro, all those games, all those experiences matter, and they add up to, the position that I'm in right now. So I know all those guys are a big part of why I'm here and the success that I have. And I just appreciate them. And for them to show me love like that is something I'll never forget. And it's what's so great about this game of football. These relationships are lasting. These are with people I'm meeting and playing with, guys that I would have probably never, ever met, growing up all over the map, and being able to come together, and be a part of a team is pretty special.
Absolutely. And listen, Kelly, I imagine Detroit was, it holds a special place in your heart. No question about it. Another story, you had brain surgery, your daughters were born there, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Detroit will always, we talk about it. We think it's probably the most important time in our life was the time in Detroit. Obviously, a lot has happened there. We grew up there. I was 19 when I moved up to be with Matthew. I was a child. And that city really honestly taught, I feel like, both of us a lot about life. If we didn't go there, I was going to be living in Georgia my whole life, not seeing the world, not understanding a lot of things. And I'm lucky to be married to a man that really helps me see things in a different light. And Detroit, I feel like, does that when you live there. It's the people there are incredible. Again, the fan base, I don't know, Matthew, if you saw it, but the second highest rating city watching the Super Bowl was Detroit. And wow. I really think it is because of, the quarterback that was with them for so long and how much we love that city. It really tells you the type of people that are there. They're loyal. They are, it really is amazing. There's not really anything I can say bad about Detroit except for the long winters. Those are a little brutal, but besides that place will hold a big spot in our hearts for a very long time. And I can't wait to go back and visit, especially now. It'll be a fun time.
You know what? I think part of their victory, or part of the victory, is part of their victory. You know, it's like it's part of your journey. I really do believe that fans feel that way. People have fallen in love with you guys as a couple, so I feel like they see you and they feel like they're part of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they watched us grow up as a couple. We weren't even married. I mean, I was mouthing off on Twitter. I mean, they've seen me at my worst, and they've seen Matthew at his worst, and now hopefully they can, cheer with us and be with us at his best. So I hope they feel like this is part of their win, because it is. I mean, they somewhat groomed Matthew. I mean, he was a baby when he was there. So I do hope they feel it and know that we hear it and we feel it from them too.
How are you doing? A lot of people were wondering about your recovery and how you're feeling. They see you look great, but how are you doing?
I feel great. I feel awesome. Seriously, no. I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful that I got to witness my man do what he did. But yeah, I feel great, and scans are clean. We're good on mine.
For recovery wise, was it tough or was it easy, or you're okay, or?
So yeah, recovery. I mean, recovery took some time. I would say Matthew was the biggest part in that, just being the caregiver. And it was probably a month or a month and a half where I really was just, struggling a little bit. But after, I feel like that things started to pick up pace. And when you're a mom, I feel like you just have to push. You have to get back to your kids, get back to being the mom that, they deserve. And so that was really, I think, what fueled my fire, just to push through and get back as quickly as possible. But yeah, it was a tough road, but I had an incredible support system the entire time. So I am back, and I feel great, and being the mom and wife I want to be. So
absolutely, amen to that. I'm going to wrap this up, Matthew. I guess I'll end by asking you a couple of questions. What have you learned from your wife?
Oh, so many things. She's an unbelievable mother. I love watching her, care for our kids and for our family. I've learned a lot of toughness as well from her. She's watching her go through what she went through. It was pretty amazing to see from afar, and so many things. I'm lucky to have her in my corner, lucky to, watch her every single day, and the way she goes about, just being the person that she is, teaches me a lot.
Can you guys tell me about this podcast? I mean, I'm glad you got your voices back, but whose idea was it to record this morning after the game? Like, talk to me about that.
The morning after winning
The Super Bowl. Let's go.
Oh, I might have made Matthew do that. I was like, listen, yesterday was your day. Today is my day. And we have a podcast like right now. Yeah, we actually got woke up by the knock on the door from my producer. Yeah, after an hour on the couch, we passed out on the couch. There was no need. We knew it was coming. There's no need to go to the bedroom because it wasn't going to be that long of a sleep. And we knew we were going to Disney too. So yeah, she came over and we just kind of rolled off the couch. It's terrible. I don't even think we brushed our teeth. We were just like, let's get this with. And I think it turned out great. It's funny.
It. Wait,
Yeah.
Matthew, what was it like meeting Prince Harry?
That was cool. He was a good dude. I mean, it was very brief, but he came into our cigar smoke filled locker room to say hey, and it was hazy, but it was fun, man. It was a really cool experience, a celebration I'll never forget.
Is there anything else you want your fans to know? I mean, it like I said, it almost feels like, especially with fans and people who have followed you guys over the years, your victory is their victory. I mean, fans, they are in it, and this victory was for a lot of us.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is, obviously spent a lot of time in Detroit. Appreciate, the support they've always showed me. And then, I've only been in here in LA for 1 year, and the fan base here has been fantastic and kind of, been pulling for me since I got here, which is a special thing considering, the success they've had in the past, and to be able to be that excited for somebody new is pretty cool. I know we all felt it. Just great to bring it home.
Andrew Whitworth, after a remarkable 16 seasons in the NFL, he won his very first Super Bowl ring. And if that's not impressive enough, Andrew also recently captured the league's highest individual honor. The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. He's a man of service. Andrew joins us now. Andrew, I don't know if we can describe what your face looked like on that field with the confetti dropping and the reality hitting that you finally got your first Super Bowl ring. Can you try to put it into words what it felt like?
It's been a pretty special 4 days, I'll say that. It's one of those things. There's so many things to thank and so many people that are part of our journey. You know what? It's just unbelievable to have this moment, and there's so many people you wanted to win it for. It's really cool to enjoy that moment and to be able to look at your family and your friends and all the people in the organization that have put their heart and souls into it and just embrace each other.
Well, they say after Tom Brady retired, you're one of the oldest guys in the NFL, but boy, you showed them. And you were playing against the Bengals, your own team, your former team. How did that feel? Did that add a little extra emotion? Not that you needed it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a place that for 11 years I served as a captain and gave my heart and soul to that team and that community, and they mean the world to me. But at the end of the day, we went our separate ways, and there was a little doubt about whether I'd continue my career and get the opportunity to continue, and not only continue, but to play them in the Super Bowl and win. you know what, I'd be lying if I didn't say it was a pretty sweet moment. It was pretty special and something I just hope people take from it. You know what, believe in yourself, bet on yourself, and always believe that you can achieve what you want.
It was so cool, man. I know your people in Monroe, Louisiana, your LSU fans where you went to college were cheering for you. But I think the biggest cheers came from your kids, your wife, that were all in the stands. But we got a kick out of seeing one of your daughters. This was a great shot. She was actually kind of reading a book in the middle of this whole situation. It got a lot of laughs from the crowd. What'd you think of that?
Oh, it's special. She's the fourth one, and you know what, the hardest one. That's her. I mean, she's so cool. She's just her in every moment, and that's what makes her special. And you know what, it's that fourth one that's just the strongest, the toughest, and who she is the most out of all of them, and that's why we love her so much.
Well, Andrew, the Super Bowl may not have been your best performance this week. As mentioned, you received this prestigious NFL honor for your service off the field. Your speech brought the room to tears. I want to play a portion of it where you talked about a conversation you had with Derek Barnes, who now plays for the Detroit Lions. And let me just play a little bit of the speech.
You're not going to remember me. I'm Derek Barnes. You spent time with me when you were a young player in Cincinnati at the Boys and Girls Club, and it meant the world to me. You used to sit with me and talk to me about life, and I was just a little kid. I want you to know how much it meant to me. I said, man. He goes, you know what? The main thing I wanted to say, Whit, I made it. I made it to the NFL, Big Whit.
I mean, what can be said, Andrew? Why have you made this service, this philanthropy that you do off the field, such a big part of your career?
Well, I just think the biggest thing in life is anytime you can make things about more than just yourself and meet people where they are and find a way that you can put a smile on a face or make a difference to somebody in their life, there's no greater victory in the world to me than that. And so, you know, Derek's just another part of that. Him and I share a special relationship. He actually posted a picture of him when he was really little, and we were out playing in the grass, playing some football together. And you know what, we'll always have a bond for life. And you know, it's always a humbling experience. We never know when those opportunities present themselves, but always making sure you're available when people need you. And that's the key. And I think just being there, being open to making life more than just about you is a special opportunity and a special way to live life.
You've given more than you got. Yeah. And that's saying something. Andrew, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Out into the arena. Are you going to miss this moment? Everyone, Roger!
Yes and no, because it is always connected to a lot of nerves. And
you get nervous still?
I used to get very nervous in the beginning, and then towards the end less, you know, but still the hours, you know, and hours before just the thought of playing a night session match in front of a lot of people. Yeah, it can be draining, you know, but so I will not miss that part of being like, oh, waiting all day.
Yeah.
But this moment where the whole crowd, you know, chants your name or is so happy to see you, it really is what you didn't work for or go into rehab for or do surgeries for. It's true.
Why you work so hard.
Why you work hard,
Absolutely magnificent.
In more than 1,500 matches over 24 years, Roger Federer gave his heart, soul, and body to the game he loves, making the decision to retire not easy. How did it feel to press send on the announcement that you are retiring?
It was good. It was the right thing to do. I've played for long enough not to second guess myself on it. It was more stressful just getting the words right, the letter, the audio form, what I did. Just a stressful day until I hit the button.
Have you been able to absorb all the accolades and the headlines and this moment? Have you been able to soak it in?
I actually haven't seen much TV footage or things that TV stations have put together yet. So I hope that a lot of people and friends of mine are assembling everything, and then once after the Laver Cup is over, I can have a proper look at everything that was said and done for me.
Well, take me through it. I mean, it seemed like even as recently as Wimbledon, you were still holding out some hope that you could return. How did you come to the realization that the body was just not going to be able to do it anymore?
I mean, I was already very unsure if I should show up at Wimbledon because I was hurt and having not played for a year. So I didn't know if I was supposed to be there. And anyway, totally the right call to make to go there. And when I spoke on the court, I said, I hope I see you all next year playing. And I really meant that because I really still have belief that I was going to make it. A couple of weeks later, I really felt the knee's no good. I did a scan. It wasn't where I wanted it to be. And this is when then I said, okay, you know what? I know what I need is a break. And I remember the first couple of weeks when I went on vacation, I was so exhausted from just doing rehab every single day and trying to come back. And with that news in my mind, thinking like this, I'm not sure if this is going to continue, this whole career. But I really didn't want to talk to Mirko or anybody really about it. I could feel the weight. Waking up in the mornings was really difficult. I needed loads of sleep, just exhausted, you know. And then when I came back from vacation, I could really feel the feeling growing in me that I don't think I can make it back. And then you go into the next mode of keeping it a secret. Who do you share it with? And how do we continue from here on forward? And where do you announce it? And that's uncomfortable period because you don't want it to leak. And at the end, it all worked out.
Is it one of those things where they say sometimes there's the stages of grief, like the stages of acceptance and then kind of frustration? And did you feel all those feelings?
Yes, all of it, and also the ones where I don't want to deal with it. Like I explained before in vacation, like I just don't want to think about it, don't talk to me about it. And then I do feel I went through a lot of sadness and emotional moments where just, you know, how you start thinking about everything you're going to miss. And then you start going like, oh my God, I'm going to miss people, fans, tournaments, the travels, the beautiful dinners we had after matches won, matches lost, when tournaments ended, seeing my friends in London, in Paris, in New York, in Tokyo, you name it. And then you just think, oh my God, my life's going to be miserable after. And then you realize, no, actually, we're going to have more time, so we're going to do all these amazing things now. So it's going to be great, you know. And I think it has helped me to be able to do this interview today in a normal way and not break down emotionally, because tennis means a lot and I love the sport so much. So it's hard to let go because I've done it forever. But I can, with those few weeks and months that have gone by, I really feel like I'm in a good place, and it shows that I've also accepted the situation.
It's, I mean, it's the life that you've known. It's the life you've known since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
It's hard to say goodbye.
It's brutal because I always went to training most of the time, especially the last 25 years, or maybe more, 30 years, with a purpose. Okay, I'm going to work on my forehand, we're going to work on the footwork, and now all of a sudden that will all fall away. And when I go play tennis, it'd be, who cares how my forehand is, or who cares about all these things? So it's a big step, because it's been the rock of my life, you know. Everything was around tennis. All my friends were around tennis. All of my daily schedules have been around it. And now all of a sudden it's going to be different. And for me, maybe also what's been a little bit, maybe more complicated than for others, I've really tried to not think about retirement until it was the case. And I always said that because the more you think about it, retirement, and I was asked a lot since 2009, really.
I think I asked you once.
Also, you have to. And the more you're already retired. So I really tried to push it away as long as possible. So when all of a sudden it hit me and I realized that was it, like you said, there were so many different emotions coming up.
Well, you promised me you'd never retire.
I'll play exos. I'll still play tennis, but just not for points.
You know what strikes me about you is that here you were playing professional tennis for 24 years, and it seems to me that you love it as much today. It's as much a thrill as it was in the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's very unusual for a professional athlete.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, if I had it my way, I would have loved to have a chance to play fit and see what's still possible. But I knew I was on thin ice for a long time. The last few years have been really, really hard. And look, I've given it all, and I still can play tennis after with my kids, with my friends. So I'm not going anywhere, really. It was just a matter. The tour is a tough place. It's grueling, and it's definitely the right decisions, and I'm not coming back. That's for sure. I'm too old for that.
I was going to say, you know, unretiring is a thing now.
I know. No, I am definitely done. I know that, yeah.
I thought one of the most moving lines in your letter that you wrote was the last one.
Finally, to the game of tennis, I love you and will never leave you. It really is what I feel, you know. I feel that tennis has given me everything, and I'll always be there for the game because the game has been there for me, and my kids will be playing tennis. I'm always happy to mentor kids. I'm always happy to help maybe a Swiss Tennis Federation, or I'm always maybe still going to travel to tournaments. I'll always be a fan. So in some shape or form, I think I'll always be involved because I think it's so important that we, the tennis players, stay involved in our sport that has given us the platform and everything. So I just wanted to let the people know I'll be there, and I want to be there myself as well.
You also talked about the fans. What has it meant to you to have these fans who are so devoted and so devout and rooting for you all over the world, like every match was a home game for Roger Federer?
How do you know? How do you know they're like that?
I don't know. I might be one of them. You might have heard.
No, but that's like my number one concern, you know, and is them not being able to spend more time with them. I just met a fan now at the airport. As I was coming here, she said, I'll miss the 3 o'clock in the morning wake-ups when you're playing in Australia. I was like, really? And she just has tears in her eyes. And I just felt like that's what it is. That's what I will miss too, is those moments and encounters with people after matches, and they're able to tell you how they felt, and you're able to have a quick conversation. It's been incredible, and I can't ever thank them enough. So
You said even some of your successes would have been a little lonelier without all those fans.
Oh yeah, I mean, hello, we just went through COVID, and I always said if I would have won any slam or any big tournament with no fans in the crowd, I think it would have taken away 80% of my emotions, or 80% of what it would really mean. The fans are everything, really.
So, it's impossible to single out when you've had 1,500 matches, but on your personal highlight reel, what are the moments that you really treasure?
You would think, you know, somehow it all is with milestones, right? Of course, you think back maybe to your very, very first match, but that is not even the tour level match. You know, it could be your first qualifying match at a tournament. Then it could be first time on center court at Wimbledon when I played Sampras in 2001. Then your first time you break into top 10. I did that in Hamburg. I remember in 2002 when I won the first Masters 1000 in my career. Then my first Wimbledon title, 2003, and then you take it in your stride all of a sudden, because then things are different, expectations have changed completely. And I had those runs of years where I barely lost and played almost 100 matches every year, with some doubles as well. And obviously just when you're world number one for the very first time, there's so many things that come on top of it, you know, press requests, and I feel like probably I'm the athlete who's done most interviews ever. I am convinced, because I've done it before every game, after every game, time and time again in different languages.
I was just saying 3 languages too.
I've done it endlessly, and I think 2017, of course, you know, when I won again after coming back from injury against Ruff in Australia, a place that also means so much to me. A lot of the times those close matches against great players, let's say also 5-setters, connect you forever to that one single person, and there's so many players I've played against on tour, and without them also I wouldn't be where I am today.
I've always wondered, like, how did you hold on to yourself when you were like a rocket ship? There was that period of years where you basically couldn't lose and didn't lose. How did you remember who you were?
Yeah, it's a great question, because yeah, you're riding the wave, right? And you think everything's so simple, but I remember now looking back, I would win a tournament and it's just all about packing, leaving, organizing flights. Next thing you know, years go by and you look back and you're like, wow, my God, I won like 300 matches, I won like 25 tournaments. It's just a blur. And I said at one point with my wife Mirka, we said, stop. We can leave the next day. Maybe the preparation's a little less good, but we have to savor moments, because all of a sudden maybe we will not win the 51st title or the 73rd title or the 100th title. It might dry out and it will end at some point, you know. And I think there you really need a good team that helps you organize it, or a great wife that is able to help you through it all.
How did you stay humble? Because it seems you really did.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, but you know, you have to, I always said you have to adapt. I don't think I changed. I had to adapt to a new situation, to fame and to all that. But I think my home country, Switzerland, has helped me a great deal, because in Switzerland we don't get carried away, or you're not allowed to. They will let you know, and then my parents and their upbringing, and I think also all my friends always knew they could call me up and tell me, what are you talking about? Like, how are you behaving? Like, this is not who you used to be. And I think this is what has always kept me very grounded and very normal. That's why I still live in Switzerland today. I will always live there. I love that place. But yeah, what a journey it's been, and happy it ends kind of here.
had those years of meteoric success, you also then had some wilderness years where you were out there, but there were years that passed between Grand Slam titles. Did you ever want to give up in those moments? Did you have a low point at that time?
I mean, look, I have twin girls, as you know, Mila and Charlene. They were born in 2009, just after I became, I think I was world #1. And the girls were born, and from that moment on, 2010 and 11, I didn't win any slam. 10 I did, I think, win the Australian Open. But then 11, 12, everything's literally a blur in between. I remember changing diapers, bathing the girls, just being a dad. And of course, I didn't have any time to think about retirement. It was too early anyways. I was only just 30 years old. But then when the boys were born, I have twin boys, Leo and Lenny, they were born in 2014. Things really, that rocked the boat, obviously, because going on the road with 4 kids, every single week was hard, to say the least, you know, and I think I sometimes forgot how hard it was. The nights, waking up in the night because there was screaming going on either in our room or in the room next door, and trying to put them back to sleep or hearing about it and then trying to focus. I just think it were the years of Novak and the year of Rafa, and honestly to lose against them sometimes at that moment, but I also beat them sometimes in those moments, was totally acceptable. And from being maybe the dominator, I became the challenger, and I liked that role as well, and it made me change my game, and I actually really stayed hungry throughout. Then I had a setback in 16 with my knee when I actually ran a bath for my girls, and I go over to run the bath and my knee goes click, and I tear the meniscus and I have to do the surgery after. So that was the beginning, you know. So it was running a bath for the girls, but yeah, I'm happy it happened. Look, it's part of the journey, and
But
it's all good.
You know what? I don't know if you're like, not all professional athletes would prioritize their family and say, we're all going on the road together.
Oh, it was the only way. I said, I never would I go on the road without my kids, and then I'd rather retire. Then I would have had to retire 10 years ago. For me, it was always clear with Mirka, we try it all together, or then we let it be. And that's where I can thank her as well in a big way to make it all happen.
What has she meant to you? She has gone to almost all of your 1,500 matches and watched and been there, even pregnant.
I met my wife when I was just over 18 at the Sydney Olympics in 2000. She was also part of the Swiss tennis team there. And we hung out for 10 days and, you know, fell in love there. And so she's been really part of the whole journey, and she always taught me also to be interested in more than just tennis, you know. And I think that was from the beginning really an eye-opener as well, and not just to be focused on just the next forehand or the next tournament, but everything that goes into it, you know. And she was really able to keep incredible friendships alive while being on the road, and have my back throughout that journey. And she's meant everything to me. She's got a wonderful relationship with my parents, who have been the most wonderful parents as well.
Everyone marvels that your parents raised you. They encouraged your tennis, but they didn't put a ton of pressure on you. How did they pull that off?
I guess they had a good balance, and I must have also loved the game. They just didn't like it when they would go on weekends for tennis tournaments, and I would behave like a brat on the court and shout and scream and commentate and throw rackets and be unprofessional and not having my drinks ready or whatever it was.
People can't believe this about you, because
Yeah,
you're like Spock. You're cool under pressure.
My whole generation of friends, we were all the same. We were all insanely crazy at the time. And my dad and my mom, they would be so fed up and disappointed me. So I just think, especially once I went more professional, I always felt they had a really healthy distance to me and the game. They always let the coaches do their stuff, my fitness coaches, and they would just check in with me. How are things going? Everything's good on my side. Okay, they would check in on the other side. So I think, honestly, they were perfect parents for somebody like me.
I mean, it's funny because a lot of people do think like your generation is Djokovic and Nadal and Federer, but your generation is also Agassi and Sampras and Andy Roddick, which speaks to your longevity.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I guess I was also a little bit the bridge, I guess, between the older generation and then this generation that we see. I do miss that other generation of the Sampras and Agassis and Rafa's coach Moya and Tim Henman and everybody. Those were almost my favorite years. Of course, then it was the family years, but those beginning years were just insane. Being able to share the locker rooms with my heroes and idols, and it was like a kid in a candy shop.
You and Rafa have been fierce rivals on the court, but astonishingly, you have become friends, genuine friends. How does a rivalry become a friendship like that?
I think through respect, you know, and I think also his family is wonderful, and I think both families respect each other a lot. My parents, his parents, both teams. Yes, it got heated and it was intense in certain moments, but I think overall, always me and Rafa, we were always able to keep a cool head throughout. I saw also Rafa coming through the rankings. You know, I lost to him in 2004, I believe, in Miami. He was only maybe just 17. I was world #1 at the time, and he beat me, and I could see like a superstar rising right in front of me, you know, and in the beginning he was very interesting, and he was very, very shy, you know, and he used to always say like, well, whatever Roger wants is the right thing anyway, because he's great. And then as he was getting older, he wanted it his way sometimes in certain whatever it was. And I like to see Rafa growing into the man he is today. And
Did you get to talk to him before your announcement and
I did.
you shared with him?
Yeah, I called him up, you know, probably a week before the announcement, and I just told him it's coming, it's real, because I know I can trust him. It would never come out with him. And yeah, I mean, you would have to ask him, you know, how he felt when I told him, but it wasn't easy.
How do you envision life now? Could you do some TV commentating?
Maybe. I mean, I couldn't be away from home too long, or but maybe some select matches or some select tournaments. Why not? I think I have a lot to say. Maybe add to the game, and I always thought it's wonderful to see, you know, the Chrissy Evers, the Johnny Max, and all the great other players tell a great story and then make it more entertaining. I don't know if I would be good at it, but maybe it'd be interesting, you know. So I'll have to give it some thought.
Would you coach? A lot of former players go coach.
Yeah, coaching would be difficult probably, because I feel to really have an impact with a player, you need to spend at least a good solid 20 to 35 weeks a year. Yeah. I don't know if I can go on the road. I don't want to. Yeah. I want to be here for my children. And I'm still an ambassador for a lot of the brands. I have a foundation, you know, that's really important to me. I love my business as well, you know. I own parts of On Running, which is a wonderful company, Swiss company. So I could go there to the lab all the time and also design, and you know, that's my passion as well, and work on sneakers. So I'm still very busy, you know, so I'm not like looking and fishing for any jobs, you know, but staying involved and mentoring other players, of course, I could imagine that, but more probably in Switzerland, yeah.
You often talk about the ball boy from Basel, Switzerland. Did this all just exceed even his biggest dream?
Of course. You know, in our local club, they had a women's tournament. It was my first time I was a ball kid. You know, I was very young. And then I became a ball kid at the hometown tournament in Basel that I then ended up, was my last title actually. I ended up winning 10 times, then played Agassi when he was on his comeback. And I always thought, having had that experience as a ball kid and then also thinking how cool it is to have a ball kid, not having to pick up your own tennis balls is quite the luxury.
It is.
And I always thought I need to show them respect, and the ball kids are going to be very special for me on this last tournament.
Can you channel it? Can you connect with that little kid? Can you imagine whispering to him, this is how it's going to turn out?
Yeah, because I used to chase the tennis players at those events for autographs as well. I can imagine that if you are an avid tennis player and you want to become a great player and you are a ball kid, before you go into sleep, you see yourself with a trophy, you know, and I had that, and it probably ignited the fire for me too.
But you ended up with 20 trophies.
Yes, that is not a thing I expected, you know. I mean, people told me I was talented in my city or in my community or then later on in my country, but internationally like this, to break records, to go out and do incredible things, definitely exceeded. I always said I never dreamt this far in my dreams.
Should anyone be holding out hope for the next generation? Do the little Federers, any of your kids?
Oh, my kids! I thought you were talking.
Oh wait, what?
I thought you were just talking about the game itself. So the game itself will always be fine because the game is bigger than any player, and we are very lucky in our sport to have unbelievable highlights. We have so many cool tournaments. My kids, maybe one can do it. My son, I have the feeling he has the most passion for tennis, but I'm not super pushy, but I feel like they're 8 now. So maybe there I have to at least give them the opportunity to shine if he wants to. So at least now I got time, so I'll be his super coach if he wants me to be.
I was gonna say, that's who you have time to coach.
But you know, the girls probably told me a funny story. I told them, look, on the forehand, do this. This was also probably also 8 years ago or something, and they're like, no, our coach told us to do it like this. I'm like, okay, fine. If he knows better, then do that, you know?
No respect.
Yeah, no respect.
We're sitting right here. We're in a few days. You will be here, and tennis greats from past and present will be here, and they will be applauding you.
Yeah.
Does that seem like a pretty good fairy tale ending?
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be emotional, I'm sure. But again, I'm not leaving forever. You know, it's not like the last time you've seen me or I've seen tennis courts. So, but of course, I know it's very special and unique in many ways for me, and it should be, and that's why I'm here, and take it all in and show that I'm still here, that I loved everything about it, and I will miss it all, and I can't thank the crowds enough. So I just think by showing up alone, I hope it's going to be very nice.
There's a story that when you beat Andre Agassi, someone came up to him and said, oh, you'll get him next time. And Agassi said, no, he changed the game.
Okay, yeah, he's been a wonderful guy.
Do you think you did? Do you feel that legacy?
I hope I was part of it. I feel like we pushed tennis into the right direction, and tennis will be pushed further into another atmosphere that we don't think possible yet, you know. But I'm happy I was able to probably have something to do with it, you know. And I think I did it my way. I always stay true to myself, and people always, it seemed like, loved watching me play, which is, I guess, the ultimate compliment.
We did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Appreciate that.
He's a co-captain of the Eagles, an icon in the city of Philadelphia,
my favorite Eagle in my lifetime,
and a loving husband and father of 3 girls at home.
Be careful with your slipper. Higher?
Now Jason Kelce is also the star of the new documentary Kelce, streaming on Amazon Prime Video.
I thought Kelce was at the end of his career. This guy's the best center in the league.
We tried to be as organic as possible, as authentic as possible, really let people into our lives and our heads and kind of everything that happens through the course of an NFL season.
A season that ultimately ended just a few minutes and points short of a Super Bowl win for the Eagles and their star center.
I've been contemplating retirement for a number of years, and I thought it'd be interesting to follow a player going into that. Feels like all of the post-career documentaries are really done after the story's told, and having watched a lot of my former teammates go through it, I thought it would be interesting to capture it all on film.
I think for a lot of people, a retirement is just a post on Instagram or a tweet. That's how it's presented to the outside world. And I think to be able to see what unfolds prior to that social media post now, it's an interesting thing to get an inside look at. I think it's very humbling to be able to see it back, but also to just be there for the battle of it.
If this is my last year, I don't want it to be bad. I want to go out with a good season and a good team.
When you started filming, you didn't know how this would end.
No, I still don't know how it's going to end.
Kelce ultimately did opt to return for a 13th season, but that decision came after a Super Bowl matchup for the history books, squaring off against his brother Travis and the Kansas City Chiefs. As the country fell in love with the Kelce brothers, their mom Donna became a fan favorite.
I think I've been in the league for 13 years, and Mom did more endorsement deals in 2 weeks than I did my whole career. So, no, I mean...
She earned it.
I think she's a down-to-earth person that people connect with, and it was fun to see her get that national spotlight and be a representative for a lot of guys' moms.
Just before a new season kicked off, we caught up with Donna.
How do you describe that Super Bowl experience?
Oh man, it was really surreal. It was just a wonderful thing. I don't think I would have ever have imagined that it could have happened, and it's just a wonderful thing for the family to be able to do together.
What would it take for this season to top last?
Oh, definitely another Kelce Bowl.
What do you guys think about that?
But along with the highs, the documentary shows in intimate moments how the spotlight affects Kelce and his loved ones.
I don't think that people realize the beating you're taking then impacts the way that you interact with your family. Sometimes it's just sheer exhaustion. There have been a number of times where we've explained that Dad can't sit on the floor for that long. So there's approximately a 10-minute timer for on the floor games until Jason's butt has to make it to the couch, a soft surface.
It's hard to play in the NFL. It really is. Not only is it hard physically, and it's getting harder physically the older you get, it's hard mentally, and it's hard with the amount of time that it takes to do it properly and to do it well. It's hard to get up for practice and be there day in, day out.
I will say that when it's a winning season, it's a lot different. I give the example last year towards the end of the season, he got out of bed one day, it was after a game day, and he was hobbling across the room. And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Is it your ankle? Is it your knee?" And he said, "I don't know what you mean." And I said, "Well, you're hobbling." And he was like, "Oh, I didn't even notice." And so in a season where it might not be going as well, I feel like the aches and pains hurt a lot more. That is really difficult to watch. So outside of just wanting him to be successful, their team to be successful, and as an Eagles fan, the Eagles to be successful, ultimately to hear that his aches and pains aren't quite hurting as terribly is a little bit of a relief, but it's a long season. It's a lot of time in the off season preparing for the season. So even that preparation is a massive commitment. And I think the fact that he keeps having a moment a month really after the season ends of, well, I really think I want to do that again, or I'm not ready to walk away, is ultimately his choice. And every time we have the conversation, which has been quite a few times now, it's just been whatever you choose, we'll be here and we'll do what we've done.
Jason and his wife Kylie have a classic love story for their generation. They met on Tinder. Now married for 6 years, they have 3 daughters, Wyatt, Elliot, and their youngest Bennett, who was born just a few days after the Super Bowl.
I was definitely rooting for it to happen at the Super Bowl.
1,000% he was.
For sure.
You were not.
No. I was crossing my legs and fingers, trying not to let anything happen.
But with the success of the season came new exciting opportunities and challenges. 1 week after Bennett arrived, Jason joined his younger brother Travis in New York as he hosted SNL.
How's the day going? Just fine? Love you, Ellie. See you, Kai. Oh, that went great. Yeah, not up for Dad of the Year right now. Or Husband of the Year.
When you guys are on the phone and you're at Saturday Night Live,
Yeah.
the relatability was there 100%.
I really felt like I appropriately iced him. Anyone who has been around someone who's given birth or given birth themselves, I think, knows how the amnesia kicks in. So I didn't really remember having that phone call, but watching it back, I thought, yeah, feel that.
Yeah. I did.
What is the secret to making it work?
We do our absolute best to communicate with each other.
We're the most important thing in both of our lives, and like everything else takes a back seat.
I'm curious, Kylie, you've been so open, on social media and whatnot. Why is it important to you to make sure people have a realistic understanding of what it's like to be married to a professional athlete?
I think there is a population of women who are married to, dating, engaged to individuals who play in the NFL or other professional sports that really enjoy indulging in the finer things in life. And that's not necessarily how I was raised or what I enjoy. So I think that staying authentic to that, and it has just been easy to portray that because it's how our house is and how I am.
Can you even imagine this life, these kids doing all that you do without the superwoman that Kylie is by your side for all of this? Would just sing her praises, go nuts.
Of course not. We were talking earlier about when I watched the documentary, what am I seeing? And a lot of these things are, when I'm at work or at a game, you know that Kylie's taking care of the girls and you're appreciative and that she's getting everything in a row to come to the games, but also just be there for me. But seeing it on the documentary, it's like a whole nother level of it. And I think that Kylie does such an unbelievable job of keeping the household whole and making sure the girls are taken care of, making sure I'm taken care of.
The way we've sort of functioned is that family decisions, family things, for the most part, I think function independently from his occupation. So our family will continue to function the same way where we'll make it work. Yeah. And accommodate schedules and things like that. But we're excited to know that for right now, unless anything crazy changes, that we're settled here and we know sort of what we have going on here with raising the family.
Kylie keeps me sane in a lot of regards, and she's the one person that I talk to about everything that's happening. She's way smarter than me. So anything I get
It's only because he gets hit in the head.
Yeah, she's got great instincts, and everything I do, everything we do, we talk to each other about, and I think we have the utmost respect and admiration for each other, and we're open and honest, and I think that just helps you be more confident in anything you're doing.
Where does Jason the football player end and Jason the dad begin?
Well, I'm always Jason the dad, so that doesn't end. And I mean, for right now, I'm Jason the football player. You know, I don't think I like separate home and work that much. I try to be involved everywhere. You know what I mean? So, you know, Jason the football player is going to end one day for sure. But right now, I'm still that. And when you're at work or when you're out on the field, you can only be one place at a time. And I try to be only one place at a time when I'm with the girls, even though that is hard at times when you're thinking about a million different things. But we find a way to get it done for sure.
And I'm sure that it doesn't hurt that the girls are always ecstatic to see him. You can see it when he enters the house, even if it's a rough day at work, the switch flips. And he definitely sort of lets a little bit go more quickly, just so that he can interact with the girls and be happy with them. And
their smiles alone, doesn't matter what you're going through.
What's left to accomplish on the football field?
I don't know. I don't really think of the accomplishments. I think I just enjoy the process. I enjoy being with my teammates. I enjoy game planning, going into the game, even though it's chaos and there's going to be points where it's miserable because it's not going well. You know, all of these things keep you alive. They keep you going. They keep adrenaline pumping. The fun part is the journey and going through it with a bunch of guys and like-minded people.
And a partner like this one.
No doubt, yeah.
How important is it to you to share some of these experiences with your girls while you are still playing?
Yeah, huge. And, you know, I don't know how much they're going to remember. Wyatt, hopefully now she's about to turn 4, so she'll have a little bit of memory of these things when she's older. But even just the pictures and having them for me, you know, these are moments that they're going to be gone, and I want to make sure that we have pictures and that the people that we care about most are there with us. And I think it's, you know, it's probably more for me than it is even for them at this point, or us.
I mean, they're his biggest fans because they appreciate him for sitting down at bedtime and reading books or doing puzzles on the floor. When home feels that good, it's easy to go out into the world and be like, I got this.
Dwayne Wade, D-Wade, Flash. Winner of 3 championships, member of 13 All-Star teams, selected as one of the NBA's greatest 75 players ever. Now, the 41-year-old is a member of the Hall of Fame.
I mean, let's just start at where we are now, because as we sit here, Dwayne Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Just one more time. Can you say that again?
As we sit here, Dwayne Wade is about to be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
When you got the call, what'd you think?
It became real
Yeah.
when I got the call, you know, and all the memories come back, like everything that you've been through. The moments you wanted to quit, you know, your family, you know, the greatest players that, you know, your favorite players that you've watched have these careers that walked into the Hall of Fame. Everything rushed back. But ultimately, I was just like, are y'all sure y'all got the right number?
Oh, stop.
Y'all
You
sure?
knew you would be first ballot.
I mean, you know, I thought I put a career together, that will put me in a place where I could be first ballot. But it's still different when you get that call. It doesn't matter for me. You know, I'm still that kid from Chicago, Illinois, from the inner city.
Wade's drive shaped in part by his early years on the south side of Chicago. He played at Marquette before being drafted by the Miami Heat in 2003. Now, he's a member of a new class, alongside NBA players Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, and Paul Gasol.
It's an honor to obviously go into the Hall of Fame, but to go in with Dirk, to go in with Paul Gasol. I mean, the class that you're going in with.
Incredible, bro.
That's some serious company.
Yeah.
Have you stepped back and thought about that part of the story?
Yeah, because it just makes sense. You know, when I first started playing a game of basketball, I remember I came home one day. I had a big game. I had like 20, 25 for me at that time, and my dad was not impressed. And then I came home another time, and I had like 10 points. I had like 10 rebounds. I had like 9 steals, 7 blocks. Like I had a full stat sheet, right? Yeah. And my dad was impressed, and he was like, "This is how you play the game. It's not about your individual stats. It's about what you're doing to impact the game and what you're doing for your team. This is a team sport." And I never forgot that. And so to be able to go through my career and everything I did, the sacrifice I made was for the team. It was always bigger than me. And now I'm a part of this team. This is one of the greatest Hall of Fame classes ever. And what a way to end my career, to be a part of one of the greatest teams ever to go into the Hall of Fame.
Speaking of teams, you played on some legendary ones. You know, 3 championships, but with different squads. Is there a team looking back that you would put up against any other team in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, 2012 Miami Heat championship team. We're some bad boys. And the reason we were, because we felt that loss in 2011. We got that humble pie in our face, and that next year, just our mentality, our focus, our team unity was what you need to be in a sense like a dynasty. That's how dynasties have to feel, and they do it year after year. And so, but 2012 with that dude number 6 on that wing, and that dude number 3 on that wing, and that dude number 1, and so forth and so on. Some bad boys.
That was a hell of a squad. You've also played with some of the greats. Not to get you in any trouble. Favorite teammate?
Udonis Haslem.
Really?
Hands down.
Hands down?
Yeah.
Why?
We learned everything together. From, when I came in my first year as the 5th pick, and, he came in as someone who I watched make the team, And for 15 years, all the success, all the culture, all the things we talk about in Miami, we held that up. And we was a part of, of building a lot of that together. I do not have the success I've had today without Udonis Haslem. And, I've had a lot of great teammates along the way, but no one protected me like you did. You couldn't mess with me. Could nobody mess with me, and no one understood me and read me and knew how to approach me and deal with me like you did, man. And so, I'm a firm believer. Yes, I'm here. And yes, my name will be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I'm not here by myself. And we all going in the Hall of Fame together. So, UD.
Are there moments from your career that stand out to you? Like you play them back in your mind?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, the Chicago Bulls, the game winner, right? Jumped on the table. This is my house. That one plays over and over. The game winner in the Garden, my second year, plays over and over. Hitting the game winner, if you ain't ever hit a game winner in the Garden before, to silence the Garden is one of the most beautiful sounds I've ever heard in my life. The dunk on Virgil.
Oh, yes.
The dunk on Perkins.
Yes.
I mean, I can go on and on.
Were you at all surprised when a few days ago, Pat Riley said, D. Wade is the greatest player in the history of the Miami Heat? And there have been some other great players who played for the Heat.
Yeah, a lot.
Were you surprised when you heard that?
Absolutely not. I am.
Man, you own it.
Yeah, I own it. I work for it.
Yes.
Yeah, I put 15 years of blood, sweat, and all the tears and everything into it. It's a lot of great players that's come through Miami. It would be a lot of great players. And one day it would be someone else that would challenge it and they would say they're the greatest. But not today. Today is me.
Wade retired from the game in 2019. Since then, he's focused on charity work and various business ventures.
A couple years ago, you became part of an ownership group, part owner of Utah Jazz now.
Yes, sir.
How is that, being a part owner of a team, how has that changed your perspective?
It's changed my perspective a lot because it's a lot that you don't know. You know it from a player's perspective and a player's side. Getting a chance to get on the other side, you get to know the business, how the business actually works. And so now I'm getting a chance to be exposed to the business of the game that has done everything for me, but it's so much I don't know about it still. And so I'm able to get this knowledge, and I'm able to take this knowledge elsewhere and pass it down, and become a better businessman and become just better in everything I do by making sure that I understand the holistic approach of the game of basketball and not just master one side. I want to master it all.
There's not a lot of folks that look like us that are part of ownership groups of major sports teams.
Yeah.
How do you change that?
By being a part of ownership group. Obviously I'm not the majority owner, right? And so, we got to continue to, I think it's building a community together. We always talked about this. We don't do enough together. Our community is not built enough to where we have enough money to be the majority owner of, teams that are selling for $4 to $6 billion.
Right.
And so we got to continue to build our wealth and our economy, right? Before we can, be majority. But right now, I take minority because I'm able to get in there. I'm able to learn.
Wade says he's also learning a lot from his children. He shares a blended family with his wife. Actress Gabrielle Union. Wade's daughter Zaya came out as transgender in 2020. Since then, Wade and Union have been vocal advocates for LGBTQ plus rights.
How important is it for that to be a part of your legacy?
I didn't set out for it to be. It's important for me to support my family. It's important for me to support my daughter. And in the middle of doing that, I've become an ally to a community that I didn't know a lot about, that I've had to get educated, about. And it's been amazing for our family to go down the journey together, to get educated together. So this is not something that I thought I would, be an advocate for or an ally for. But it's something I'm so thankful. Like I said to my daughter all the time, I'm so thankful that I'm your father. I've learned so much about love. I've learned so much, just by sitting on my daughter's bed and talking to her for 3 hours, here and there. She educates me. And, my wife and I, we do the work. We show up. I go sit in classrooms, with kids that's a part of the queer community. And to hear them speak, they know themselves more than us adults. At 41, I'm still trying to find myself. They know themselves way more than us. And it's incredible to hear. And so, man, I'm super thankful for the exposure that I've had. I mean, it's all because of my daughter.
Entire family is here for the induction. Mom's here, Gabrielle, everybody's here.
Yeah.
When you look out and you see them tomorrow, when you give the speech, what are you going to be thinking about?
Just the impact that they all have had on me. You know what I mean? They've all have done something to help me get on that stage. And, you're so thankful for my village. I say I've been gifted with a lot of gifts, but the one gift that I got is I've had good people put around me, and it's not everybody can't say that. I have people who have wanted the best for me, even when I couldn't see it. And so, man, I'm so thankful for my village, because you know how it goes in this world, Craig. The higher you go up, that fall is down there waiting on you. And my village got pillows, they got blankets, they got sleep number beds, they got everything waiting on me to fall to catch me. And I need that, And also too, they tell me the real, they tell me how it is. And so I wouldn't be here without my village.
Any regrets looking back on the career at all?
And you always gonna have something you want to get back.
Yeah.
But overall, I'm happy with my career. How can I not be?
You're going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so I don't got no regrets of my career. Yeah, do I want moments back? Yeah, I want moments back. We all do, but I have no regrets. I feel that with the tools that I had from a standpoint as a young man being thrust into this world, I feel I did the best I could. With everything where I come from, and then this world was totally different. I think I did the best I could with trying to be a community leader, trying to be the best father I can be, trying to be the best man I can be. But on the court, I gave everything that I had to the game. I mean, I gave my knees to the game. I have nothing left in these things. And so I gave everything. I gave my heart every night. So I have no regrets, man.
What do you want people to take away from the Dwyane Wade story so far?
Man, I don't know, man. I think, I want people to see me as real. I'm a real individual who deal with real life situations in front of the world, and not perfect. Not perfect at all. Please don't look at me as perfect. But look at me as real. Look at me as a real human being that are dealing with real human experiences. And hopefully someone can grab some inspiration and some aspiration from the things that I've done. Just like I did from MJ, just like I did from AI, just like I did from Magic, just like we have from Barack, right? Like these people who do things that are unconventional. We grab inspiration from them. So I want people to grab inspiration from unconventional Dwyane Wade.
What do you want them to say about the way you played the game?
That I gave my all to it. And at the end of the day, my all in to me, 13 All-Stars, 3 championships, top 75, Hall of Fame, and so forth and so on. You can't take it from me. I did it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.